Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our conference on the future of humanity. I'm Marcelo Gleiser. I direct the Institute for Cross-Disciplinary Engagement at Dartmouth College. And I am very, very excited to host this conference because we have put together quite a list of amazing speakers from very, very different fields of thought and activity, from social activism to philosophy, to astrophysics. We're going to environmentalism. We're going to be really paying attention to many different ways in which we can think and reflect about the future of humanity. But before I go on to talk specifically about the conference, I wanted to just invite my co-workers that have helped me set this together. Please, if you could. Here you have Franklin Jacoby. He is our fellow in residence currently at the Institute. He has worked very hard this year despite COVID. And one of the achievements of his is that he put together a podcast that invites almost all of our past fellows over the last 5 years to have conversations about their ideas and their work. So if you haven't checked that out, I would really recommend you look at what Franklin did. Just go to ice.dartmouth.edu and look for the podcast. And of course, I have Amy, which is the heart and soul of this institute. She works incredibly hard to make things happen. And I have to say, this conference took a lot of work, and it's taken a lot of work to put together. So I'm very, very grateful for everything you've done, Amy, for the last 5 years. It's been wonderful working with you. And we'll see what the future holds. And then he's our director. So he's the one who's going to be organizing everything with images and sounds and countdowns, etc. I'm sure everything is going to work just perfectly. So thank you guys for sharing the screen and for saying hi to everyone. So now you have faces to put the names.
All right. Have a great show.
Okay, so continuing, one of the things I want to mention is what ICE has done in the last 5 years. So ICE, of course, is the acronym for the Institute for Cross-Disciplinary Engagement. And our goal has been over the last 5 years to bring the sciences and the humanities together in many different kinds of platforms. So we have organized public dialogues with leading intellectuals, humanists, scientists, usually in a public venue, in theaters across the United States, to talk about very different topics. And in fact, I'm really happy to announce dialogues will now come out in print by Columbia University Press. We have even a cover of the book, and I called it Great Minds Don't Think Alike, because it's really about the engagement of ideas and conversations that not necessarily always see eye to eye as it should. It's about learning from one another. And especially when it comes to the sciences and the humanities, which, in a sense, within modern academia have been so estranged from one another, as C.P. Snow mentioned in his Two Cultures essay from 1959. And in a sense, our goal here with this institute is to try to reignite this dialogue, because we believe it's absolutely essential for the future of our culture, for the future of our planet, and certainly for the future of our species. So be in the know that this is going to come out, I hope, this coming fall, with some amazing thinkers in many different fields. You can see some of the names, and the subtitle tells you all, right? Debates on consciousness, reality, intelligence, faith, time, AI, immortality, and what it means to be human. So we are covering many different bases, which we'll be doing in this conference as well. So why did we decide to have a conference on the future of humanity as, in a sense, our closing work for the institutes for the first 5 years of the institute? Because we believe that we are currently in a crossroads. Humanity is in a crossroads. And obviously, when we talk about the future of something, I don't really mean we are all prophets here. Nobody is going to be prophesizing the future of humanity or guessing. What we are going to be discussing is what are the expectations that we have based on extrapolations of current affairs, and what is the work ahead that we can do as a group, as a community, as a species in order to change the course of things as they stand right now. So you're going to see many different kinds of analysis about what it is that is going on with the world, and how can you as an individual, how can we as a community make changes. So put boots on the ground, be active about the changes we want to promote and see happening, right? And this sort of outlook is really about the failure of our current worldview, right? And so we have lived for about 200 years of industrial revolution, of huge, enormous industrial growth and economic growth. And this has happened at the expense of our environment, of the animals in which we share this planet with. And there are things that we have to know, there are things that we have to do in order to change this. And so we have to rethink how we measure progress. What do we mean by progress? Is it about industrial and military might? Is it about the wonders of our technology, that we can send, spaceships to Mars and rovers that can explore the surface of another world, but we can't cure malaria? Is it about how much money we have in the bank? Is it about our personal possessions? So these are the kind of concerns that we have about rethinking what we mean by progress, right? Because it's such an important word for everyone. Everyone is talking about progress personally, as a community, as an investment into our future. So what do we mean by progress, and how do we measure this progress, and how sustainable is the current course of action of our humanity as we move forward into deeper and deeper into the 21st century with the kinds of problems that we have right now? So, for example, we should be talking not just about progress in the way we have before, but we should be actually talk about progress at the ethical level, right? We have to rethink how much have we evolved ethically over the last few hundred years. We have definitely evolved technologically. We have definitely evolved industrially. We have more money moving around. We have more goods, but we have still to understand that nature is not a commodity as we have thought it has been over these thousands of years. Our relationship with the natural world needs to change, right? And that is grounded very much on what we mean by a new ethics for the 21st century. And perhaps one way of phrasing or framing this conversation is about the problem of suffering, right? You can think of the problem of suffering in three different levels. They are all obviously interconnected, right? You can think about human suffering. How much are we doing to alleviate human suffering? I'm not sure it is even possible to consider a world, even in a utopia, in which there is no suffering. I think Dostoevsky would agree that suffering is very much part of the human condition, but there are different kinds of sufferings, and there are many kinds of sufferings that we can actually do something to alleviate, to abate, right? And tonight, as our last speaker, we're going to have Peter Singer. I'm sure he's going to address this issue in our conversation. So there is human suffering, there is animal suffering. As Isaac Bashevis Singer said, if you're an animal, every day is Treblinka, right? Every day is Treblinka, the concentration camp that exterminated so many Jews and other groups, right? Because the numbers are absolutely staggering, right? So you have a daily Holocaust, a genocide of humongous proportions when it comes to animals, apart from other uses and abuses of animals as we do research and other venues of exploration towards the growth of knowledge, the progress of science. So how do we deal with this? How can we actually rethink what we mean by progress so that we can incorporate a different relationship with our fellow humans that may not be as much as a good shape, let's put it that way, financially, or not have a roof or water to drink or any kind of decent dignity in their lives. The animals and certainly the environmental and planetary level of suffering. The planet is also suffering. So it's not just humans, it's not just animals, it's the planet as a whole. The planet is stressed, right? And the biofeedback loops that we create through our forcing of technology industrialization into our atmosphere, obviously they're acting up. We're going to have Terry Tempest Williams speaking to us from Utah, where there are some raging wildfires right now. And so we have to be aware of what's going on in order to talk about the future of humanity, because the future of humanity doesn't just depend on humans. It depends on the animals we share the world with, and it depends on the world itself. We are very much dependent on the stability of our natural environment in order to survive. Yeah, you can have air conditioning, you can have heating, you can have coats, but you have a very, very narrow margin of stability and survivability when we talk about the planet. And this is something that we must address as a whole if we are to be successful in this century and in other centuries to come. So we have to understand then that our future is contingent on how we face and how we act upon suffering at the human scale, at the animal scale, and at the planetary scale. And this is not supposed to be a downer of a conference. It's supposed to be an awareness rising kind of conference, because we need to understand, how do we go? And this is the real question that I want to pose to all our speakers, and also to all of you who are listening to us and will be listening to us through videotaping, is this: how do we go from knowing these things? You know, we're going to have Bill McKibben, we're going to have Elizabeth Colbert talking about the environment and global warming, etc. How do we go from knowing what's going on, which we already do, at least many of us do, to acting on it, to promoting a sort of self-sacrifice to a certain level, changing our habits in order to actually be an agent for the change that we are talking about, that we know about, right? So what does it take for us to go from awareness and knowledge to action and change? These are some of the fundamental questions that we are going to be dealing with today. We're going to be discussing with Adam Frank some of the shortcomings of our current scientific worldview, and how that kind of worldview is, in a sense, behind a lot of this rampant excess that we see in our exploitations of the natural world and of our fellow humans as well. And so this is a call for action, not just, oh, let's just listen, let's just talk about this, but it's really, the goal here is to go beyond just listening and just thinking about these things. It's about, how can I bring all this knowledge that is going to come in the next couple of days through this screen to my life, so that I can actually help alleviate human suffering, right? Because there are two things that are essential. We should know every day a little more than we did before. We should know every day a little more about the world we live in, the universe we live in, how we fit in this planet. But we should also be preoccupied, and be not just preoccupied, but be active in the fight against suffering. We are never going to eliminate it, but we can do so much to improve it, so much more than we all do. And that is really my invitation to all of you. And I have now the pleasure to invite our first speaker. Let me introduce Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She is a human rights activist. She is an author. She is currently a research fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. She's the founder of the AHA Foundation, and she is a host of the Ayaan Hirsi Ali podcast, which I really invite you to take a look. She served as a member of the Dutch Parliament from 2003 to 2006, and while she was in Parliament, she focused on furthering the integration of non-Western immigrants into Dutch society and on defending the rights of Muslim women. She has written several books, including Infidel, 2007, Nomad, From Islam to America, A Personal Journey Through the Clash of Civilizations, Heretic, Why Islam Needs a Reformation Now, and The Challenge of Dawah. Her new book, Pray, Immigration, Islam, and the Erosion of Women's Rights, was published by HarperCollins in 2021. And prior to joining the Hoover Institution, Ayaan was a fellow at the Belfer Center's Future of Diplomacy project at Harvard University, and also a research fellow at the American Enterprise Institute at Washington, D.C. So I am really honored and very excited to invite Ayaan here. And she has told me that she's really looking forward to questions from the audience. And so please don't wait. Keep sending the questions through our YouTube chat. And Amy and Franklin are going to be curating those questions. They're going to be sent them my way. And I'm going to be asking Ayaan your questions. Okay, so don't be shy. And let's go. So, hey, Ayaan, you know, the virtual floor is yours.
Marcelo, thank you very, very much. And thank you for having me. Yes, I did say to you, please, I enjoy the Q&A more, so please send as many questions as you can. I also asked you, why on earth did you invite me to an organization or an institution that is devoted to the hard sciences when I know very little about that? And you said that you wanted people from many different disciplines. Well, I think you are going to achieve that, and your institution could not be more necessary today. First, I start with the question, well, what is the future of humanity? My approach is not to answer that question, but to acknowledge that there are a lot of people who are asking this question. And it depends on who you listen to. I've been listening to a lot of people of various persuasions who say that humanity scarcely has a future. I remember, not on a personal experience, but through education, the discussions of the 1960s. There's a book in particular written by Paul Ehrlich and his wife, The Population Bomb. And they said that the world was going to be annihilated. I'm paraphrasing, that there was going to be worldwide famine due to overpopulation. And as a result, we would be facing major societal upheavals. And they advocated for immediate action. And that immediate action was to lead to a limitation of population growth. Now, later on, of course, there was a lot of debate, and a lot of the facts that they used were questioned and criticized, and at times debunked. Today, we have people who are concerned about climate change. I think I regard myself as a person who is concerned about climate change. But some people have taken that concern to an extreme, to predicting the end of the world as we know it. They say that there's going to be no future, we're doomed, it's over. In the UK, the poster child for that is called Extinction Rebellion. So, is humanity doomed? This takes me to science and scientists. And I think of scientists as often very cool-headed people. And ever since the scientific revolution, they have been responding to human panic. Serious scientists recognize the challenges, of course, of overpopulation, of climate change, and they try to seek solutions that balance, for instance, economic needs with preserving the planet. In fact, in the modern world, thanks to science, scientists have in fact succeeded to a large degree in alleviating the problems of health, of hunger, of poverty. Scientists think in terms of problems and solutions, explorations and experiments, theories or hypotheses, and the processes of verifying or falsifying these theories. And so from a scientific perspective, I think life might be a lot easier than if you're engaged in the humanities, because when you are a student or a professor of the humanities, and if you adhere to the original conception, that was the endeavor to understand the human condition. Remember, Shakespeare was not a scientist. Humanists like to ask questions like, what is the meaning of life? Why are we here? What's the point of it all? What makes us different from animals? How do we relate to one another? Now, there's been a very, at times, productive relationship between the humanities and the hard sciences. But of late, there's been a crisis. And I think in the 1930s, a towering individual who pointed out to that crisis was C.P. Snow. In his essay, it started out as a lecture, The Two Cultures, where he complained that there was a silo between the two. They didn't speak the same language, they didn't communicate. And he agitated for people on the side of the humanities to try and understand the sciences, but also to communicate. And then fast forward in America, in the 1980s, Alan Bloom, reflecting on the American university in particular, described the crisis that he saw in his book, which he gave the title The Closing of the American Mind, where he really focuses on the crisis within the humanities. If you want to understand these two relationships and that history, I would recommend that you read those works and others who responded to them. I think from where I am in my work as an academic, but also as an activist, and with this in the background, the challenge that I see today comes from these people who label themselves as woke. We see a lot of challenges, and I see in the woke a lot of what Alan Bloom described, that things moved from thinking and engaging with tradition and engaging with the great works and moved to a place of activism, the need to do. It's not time to think, it's now time to do, and it's all about revolution. I think, especially as an activist, there are times when I think it is actually time to do. And, you know, we've done enough talking and analyzing and engaging with the problem. It's time to do. But I don't think that that is what an 18-year-old student who comes to college needs to be doing. I think an 18-year-old who comes to college, and in this sense, I'm very much with Alan Bloom, is to get into a process where you get an education, either in science or humanities, but ideally, in an ideal world, where you engage with both. Now, what are the challenges today that those who call themselves woke pose? And I think initially the challenge is to the humanities. But let's not be complacent if you're in the hard sciences, because they pose those same challenges to you as well. First, I want to point out that they think that everything is simple. They take complexity out of everything. Everything is reduced to power relations. There are those who oppress, and then there are those who are oppressed. And the action point is to make everything equal or equitable. A second problem I see with this approach is that of simplification and oversimplification is that the so-called oppressor is identified. That is the white heterosexual man. And then they go one step further and they say this white heterosexual man, he has created a history. Through this history of oppression, he has created structures, he has established structures not just on a national level here in the United States and the rest of Western civilization, but across the world. Structures that, as a result, have put him in a place of benefits and privilege, and everybody else is oppressed. So the humanities are contorted to become an instrument, tools for channeling the grievances that those who are oppressed have, and then those who are regarded as oppressed, they're divided into various factions. And the humanities as a discipline is no longer, it doesn't busy itself with the questions of who are we and why are we here, how do we relate to one another, is there a higher power, etc. But it's all about how can we overcome this oppression, how can these oppressed peoples get to a place of power. Anybody, professors and students, who disagree with this, who want to bring in a different kind of thought, they're dismissed. They're dismissed either directly, if they are white, then they're seen as racist and as defending their privilege, as xenophobic and so on. But if they're not white, they're seen as being brainwashed by those who are white, or as there are very different labels for these people, adjacent and so on. I don't want to get into the technology and to the technical words of what the terms that they use. But what it boils down to is that even if you belong to the oppressor groups, you have either been brainwashed or you're cynical enough that it's benefiting you as an individual, and so you are no longer capable of wanting to engage in the revolutionary agenda. So what the revolutionary agenda then aims to do is to turn this world upside down, to get rid of this established order of oppression as they see it. If you're white, then you should be displaying an apologetic stance and you should engage in this demolition of the established order. And if you are a person of color, female, homosexual, transgender, then in fact it is in your interest to engage in this demolition. If you don't conform to this agenda, and of course, I'm really making this as simple and as digestible as I possibly can. In some ways, it's more complex. But today we're going through this process where if you object to this revolutionary agenda, you will be silenced. There are terms for it, cancel culture and so on. You could lose your livelihood. If you're a professor, you are not, especially in the humanities, you want to pursue certain questions that we think matter, you will be stopped in your tracks. Right now, I am a guest of the University of Dartmouth. And so in preparing for this conversation, I asked myself, what are things like in Dartmouth? Are the students of Dartmouth, have they been protected from this new trend, this new reality? And I went to the organization FIRE that looks at the different universities to see where things are at. And here's what I found. 31% of students here in Dartmouth say it is never acceptable to shut down a speaker on campus. Just meditate on that. Only 31% of students in Dartmouth say it's not acceptable. 50% of students are confident in Dartmouth that the administration will defend the speaker's rights in a free speech controversy. 79% of students say it's never acceptable to use violent protests to stop speech on campus. In Dartmouth, students are most uncomfortable expressing an unpopular opinion on a social media account tied to one's name. In Dartmouth, race is the topic most frequently identified by students as difficult to have an open and honest conversation about on campus. So Dartmouth is not one of the worst, but it's also not one of the best. And so, in trying to go back to what is the point of science, what is the point of the humanities in a climate like this, where students are afraid, and I can assure you that professors who also want to engage in questions that today are considered to be sensitive also want to engage in, then we are in a major crisis. It's America 2021. This is the Ivy League. And these are the problems that keep me awake at night. And I really welcome your questions on this, because I can't continue with my work. And I think for those of you who really are driven by the need to find out what the truth is and follow that process wherever it leads, I don't think that we can ignore this reality.
Great. Okay, thank you, Ayaan, for that. It's good that you brought the conversation to Dartmouth. Of course, I think we are very emblematic of what goes on in America and academia in general, in terms of distribution, although, of course, it's a pretty elite university in many ways. So there's one question so far from the audience, which I was trying to make sense of it. I'm not sure I can 100% just from reading, or it looks like it's being chopped, but it says, between those who want to make this world a better place and those who care about their needs only, if so, who has more resources, material, personal, for that war? So I think it's about altruism versus not altruistic approaches to the world.
And that's how I would read it. In fact, I'm like you, I'm struggling obviously to try and make sense of it. But here's if you are studying in the humanities, at least the way I think it should be introduced, you should start with assumptions. The people who say that they want to make the world a better place, what are their assumptions?
Mm-hmm.
What is their definition of the world not being a good place? And I think as soon as you get a question like this, you see that someone is diving straight into ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't share the same assumptions, i.e., maybe people don't really want to make the world a better place. Before you make the world a better place, you should start with trying to understand the world as it is.
Hmm.
And I think it is the job of a university, for at least during the bachelor's degree, to try and help students understand the world as it is before you start embarking on experiments of trying to make the world a better place. And then once you understand the world as it is, out of that flow all sorts of attempts of trying to improve the world. And for each idea that is an attempt at improving things, or a theory, you have to test that idea. We do know, and I've lived through a time of communism. My country that I was born in, Somalia, they bought into pure Marxism, and they engaged with that idea. They tried to make the world a better place. They made us miserable. It cost a lot of human life. And before my time in Europe, the National Socialist ideas, the Nazi ideas, they were all about making the world a better place. We know all of these ideas and ideologies and experiments and theories of trying to make the world a better place. And a lot of them have been tested and failed, and many have not been tested. So I really think I get excited, as you can tell, that you cannot, as a student, when you come to university, start with the notion, I want to make the world a better place. It's a very arrogant stance, especially if you're 18 years old, 19 years old, you're still a teenager, for heaven's sake. You have to start with trying to understand the world as it is. And I think it's the job of the professors to try and create an environment where students can understand and probe the world as it is. I'm sorry for that little tap on me.
No, I think this is I think that was perfect, because what do you mean by better? How do you define better? Better for one may not be better for another. It depends on a lot of cultural stances and backgrounds. And so that makes the conversation complicated but necessary, right? The second question sort of brings that in a little bit. What's your advice to ordinary people who want to help in this process? How and where, and then it continues, how and where to start engaging people around us in this revolution? Maybe you want to talk about what you mean, if you even think that revolution is the right word for this.
Yeah, I think there is. It is understandable for people to feel at times when they're exposed to certain problems a sense of action and a sense that there must a revolution must happen. Of course, I do not deny that in the world we live in, that there is huge inequality, but because that topic is incredibly complex, and in the university, I see it as a place where you try and come and understand the world as it is, and from then on explore the works of all the people before us in history for hundreds and hundreds of years who have tried to fix the world, their successes and their failures, but also the questions that they grappled with. I did allude in the beginning of my opening remarks to the hard sciences, where, if you are an engineer and you think of the term famine, that's not ideological. From what you've learned, you think that perhaps there are ways of producing food at a cost that can feed as many mouths as possible. I think some of those questions have been answered. Where things get complicated, that is in foreign relations, the relationship between nation states. It's in between the North and the South, in between the philosophies. Do you give people a fish or do you give them a rod to fish with? And I think it is incredibly important that we understand these questions before we throw ourselves at activism. And I understand how appealing activism is, on this idea of playing and flirting with revolution. But revolution is not as romantic as it seems from your bedroom when you're on your smartphone and when you're engaging with your social media friends. It seems very much as if you can do things, but actually, when you get into the nitty gritty of it, it's not that appealing.
Exactly. I have another question here for you. Do you have advice on how to decide when it is time for activism or when it is time for scholarship? Sometimes it can seem like we know what action is needed, only to later learn how ignorant we were.
If you apply to a university and you are accepted as a student, you're admitted, I don't think there is any place for activism whatsoever. That is my humble opinion, because I think what you're applying for as a young person is to say you're a teenager, you've come from high school, you've been living with your parents, or you've been living in a boarding school, or you've been actually, and this is the truth for many people, they've been trying to make ends meet, they've been living in foster homes and so on. In any case, you've been accepted into a university. And what you're applying for is an opportunity to be educated. That is an opportunity where you are given the tools to learn how to think about the real world. So you are not ready for activism of any kind. Now, when you're done with your education and you have hopefully a degree where you have figured out that there are lots and lots of complex issues, then you can take different paths. I became an activist in the Netherlands after I was finished with my university education. And I was exposed to a reality so this is the Netherlands. The constitution of the Netherlands says that we're all equal before the law. And what I see is that in immigrant families, and I'm an immigrant at that point, that women within immigrant families are excluded from the law. My activism was very narrow. It was, please do not treat immigrant women any different from the way you treat native women. They also want to be equal before the law. They want jobs. They want to finish their education. They want to choose who their life partners are going to be. They don't want to be forced into marriages they don't want at the ages of 13, 14, 15. That's called child marriage. In the Netherlands, that's a crime. That was the nature of the activism. My activism wasn't about trying to demolish the structures of the Netherlands. It was a complaint. It was a probe to say, please, you are excluding us from the existing laws in the name of culture because you entrust us with our families and our communities, but it's our families and communities who are denying us these rights. How can you rescue us so that we have the same rights as Native women? That was the extent of my activism. I wasn't declaring that it was the end of the world. I wasn't declaring, introducing new isms. But during my education in Leiden, I was, and I'm forever grateful to my professors in the way they took us through those 5 years where they introduced us to the rich world of the ideas that came forth of humanity and helped us engage with it and then go into the world and engage with it. One of the things I'm really grateful for is that they gave us humility. And this is what's missing from woke. It's a complete lack of humility.
That's a very good point. I was actually going to bring that up. Depending on the flow of questions, I may, but I want to respect people's questions before I ask other ones. So we have one here from Adam, who is one of the speakers in this conference, Adam Frank. He says, how would you compare or balance the illiberal reductions in the capacity for open discussions, which seems to be happening, with the threats to democracy via populism? So, this balance between, which is complicated.
It's complicated, but if you look at the university as an environment where students come in and you engage in academic freedom, you have a question that pops into your mind and you're able to ask that question and you know that you're not going to be punished for it. So right now we have students have come to me saying, I'm afraid of expressing my views because if I do that, I will get my grades lowered. But do you see the problem with that?
Yeah.
I see that as an introduction to fear, to corruption. And if a student who manages to navigate her way in university and understands, oh, this is how I get a higher grade, not by proving that I know the material, that I've engaged with it, that I've understood it, and I've given my honest criticism, not going down that path, but going down the path of, I know this professor's ideology, and if I say this, that professor is going to give me an A star, and so I'm good. Now, you understand that people who go through university that way, what type of leaders and employees they're going to make and employers, and what type of society we're creating. Now, when you then get to outside of the university and you're engaging with the adult world, where real power relations are taking place in all their complexity, if you come with that approach, or institutions, there are things, it's just stuff you get around with, you become cynical. You become like the ice cream brothers, Ben and Jerry's. When a Black man is killed in Minneapolis and an organization called Black Lives Matter, they start all sorts of protests. You stand in the forefront and you claim Black Lives Matter, Because for you, from a cynical perspective, these ice cream brothers, they will make a profit. They will ride on the wave of populism. They think they understand it. But I think it all boils down to, so that is the way people understand education. They think it's a way of navigating society for an individual benefit. But that obviously is wrong. In terms of, well, in politics, where you seek elected office, and once you're in that office, you actually wield real power. It is what you do with it. And if you haven't really been educated in what it is to be a citizen, but also a servant of the citizenry, then I can think of any number of ways that power can be abused. And I think we're seeing manifestations of all of that today. So we have to keep going back to what your organization, your institution does, which is to keep asking the question, what exactly is the university for? What is it that the humanities are expected to do and accomplish? What about the sciences, and what is their relationship?
Right. And it's actually this idea of the cross-disciplinary integration engagement between the two, because the whole philosophy of this institute is that the problems that we're facing in the world right now are too big to be dealt with only through the sciences or through the humanities. We need an engagement of both. We need this sort of complementarity of points of view of cultures in order to really have a more profound approach to dealing with these issues. In fact, there is a question here which is somewhat provocative, but I think it's very important, which is, do you think only going to a university is equivalent to education? People have less formal ways to be educated.
Oh, yes. I agree absolutely with the thinking of, I think it's Franklin who's asking this question, the apprenticeships. I learned more from my grandmother in terms of navigating the world than I did from a university. And this is why I keep saying, for higher education, for university, there is we thought it was really a specified, it was giving young people at least 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years of not having to be troubled with the day in, day out of trying to exist and paying your rent and wondering about what to do with the day-to-day life. It was about clearing their agenda to say, okay, this is how you have to understand the world as it is, and when you come out of that, once you have understood it, the world holds all these beautiful mysteries for you, and not only are you going to benefit from it, but as you engage, you will also benefit the world. That I don't think of university education as compulsory for everyone. It's absolutely not everyone who can do it. It's only a few, but even for those few, it seems that the universities are not serving as they should. But I'm in enough trouble as it is with all sorts of groups.
But that's okay. I mean, that's it's really important to have a voice and to express, how you see the current university system in the United States, and I assume in Europe. Is it different? I mean, you were educated in Leiden, but you also now are working at Stanford. So these are very different places. Do you feel like they are similar? Do you feel like they are different in their way in which they look at these issues?
I think there are similarities and there are differences. It was in 1994 when I was applying to the University of Leiden, and I applied to 2 other universities. I applied to the University of Nijmegen, in a place called Nijmegen, and the University of Amsterdam. And I wanted to go and do political science. Later on, one of my professors said, we call it the School of Politics. It's not political science because it's not science. During that application process, I remember rejecting Amsterdam because at one point they said, and this was in terms of the marketing materials for the students to help them, to encourage them to choose Amsterdam. They said that you could mark your own papers. And I thought, oh, well, in that case, thank you, but no thank you. I don't think I'm going to spend the time and effort to mark my own papers. And the University of Nijmegen was, it was just so, also through its marketing material, you were free to do anything. And I thought, well, if I'm free to do anything, then who will give me the guidance that I seek? And at that time, I was 24 years old, so I would have started university at the age of 25, um, about 3 years or 4 years older than the average student. And so I thought, in my case, I've been exposed to, the developing world. There are so many questions that I was walking around with, and I didn't necessarily need answers. I just needed guidance in where to find those answers, and I didn't think that other university would offer it. And in hindsight, I'm really happy that I went to Leiden, because what they did was offer what I think the humanities need to offer, which was this exercise in learning how to think, regardless of how difficult that was. I grew up a Muslim, and some of the questions that I was being asked to engage with were blasphemic. They were complete. I was in a total cognitive dissonance for at least the first 3 years of my time in Leiden. And the teachers didn't feel sorry for me. They just said, this is exactly what we do. Now, is it still like that? I don't know. I don't know. I've been away for too long. I hope it is so. I hope that's the thing.
Do you feel Stanford is different? Is it more guided in a sense?
I think the silent majority of Stanford students, as in the silent majority of Dartmouth students, and in many of the universities in America, the silent majority of these students and the silent majority of their professors really want to get on with real education. This exercise of learning how to think, understanding the world as it is before you try to change it. But I think there is a very noisy minority that's imposing itself on all of us to do things that we are, that I'm appalled by. And for years, this noisy minority was disregarded as just that, noisy and a nuisance. And now that we're seeing professors being forced into silence, and expelled, and now is the time that we're, I think, waking up and realizing what kind of a crisis we are in. But this is not something that happened now. I mentioned Alan Bloom earlier. He saw it coming, and I really recommend that everybody read his book, because he tells you exactly how it happened, what was going on within the American higher education system, even starting at the high schools, not just university. I know he focuses on university, but he takes it back to the high schools and so on. So I think this is something, it's the challenge of the 21st century for the United States of America, is to ponder this.
Yeah. So I have a question here. Before I go to the more complicated question, another one, which is a little easier, which is about people that you look up to, that have been inspired you, in activism and in the way you pursued your own career. Are there any names that you like to mention? They're sort of like role models for you?
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, we mentioned climate change. There's a book called Apocalypse Never. It's written by Michael Schellenberger. I mean, I remember reading about him a few months ago, where he said, I've been an environmentalist all my life, and I've been afraid to speak up. I've seen things, and I've been scared, and he comes clean. And I think these are the people we need today in our lives. I've seen fellow academics who are coming out and dissenting and saying either they engaged in the revolution and trying to make people to conform,
Hmm.
or at some point they questioned some of these ideologies but were too frightened to ask questions, and they came out and they say, no, thank you, this is not right. um, when I was agitating, and I still am, on radical Islam, people like Majid Nawaz, these individuals today, they come out. I know that they could lose their livelihoods. I know that they could even lose their lives. They're threatened. But they say it's just the wrong thing to carry on bending over to these conformist ideologies. It's not good for me. It's not good for my family. It's not good for humanity in general. And then they take a stand. So I don't think you have to look for these historically huge figures. We have those, and I admire Shakespeare like everyone else. Uh, but the people around me, they are not Shakespeare's. They're just people trying to overcome that threshold of being ostracized
Yeah.
by their immediate family, by their friends, by their colleagues, losing their salaries, wondering where to pay, when, if they speak up, will I be able to pay the rent or the mortgage? Will I be able to pay my child's school fees? That sort of thing. So that
In-
the kind of courage we need today is very different from the one you needed during the Second World War.
right. Exactly. It's a
Yeah.
kind of a paradox, isn't it, that people are talking about fighting oppression by oppressing.
And we have to do is just point that out.
Yeah, I mean it's really inconsistent in so many ways. Talking about that, here's a very interesting question. Do you think of the work that you do with students as a form of activism? Can education be activism?
I did not in the past think of education as activism. But now that I find myself smuggling books of Hayek and Popper into the pockets of students, then it's very weird. Then it is a form of activism. It's
Mhm.
a form of activism in a university as wealthy and well-to-do as Stanford, to say to 18 and 19-year-olds who come to me, please read this book and don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. That's just weird. It's, is doing my job now a form of activism? And so this is the distorted world that we've come to live in. Of course, it's not activism. It's just my job. I'm doing my job. I think I'm fulfilling the contract that I have with my employer. Uh,
Mhm.
but because of this climate of fear and cancellation, um, it's become activism. I have students who have come to see me. Before they've come to see me, they have been to speak to lawyers. Very strange.
That's very distressing, actually, that it comes to that. But education is a form of awakening and of self-awareness. You have that's the role of the educator. In any level, really, from kindergarten to PhDs. That's what we do. So
Yeah.
if that's called activism, then education is a form of making people active about understanding who they are and the world they live in. So
So
okay.
in terms of the world we live in, and activism and understanding the most, um, I would say, the question that seems to be keeping most of my students awake at night is the question of inequality.
Mhm.
And I think that probably applies to your students and students all across the board. One of my recommendations, and I know that we have the resources for it, every university has the resources for it, is to try and form a relationship with a school or a university in the developing world. And the students who say they care the most, as in the ones who lie awake at night thinking about inequality, I would say go and spend some time in any of these countries. I have places I would like students to go to in Nairobi, Kenya, because that's where I grew up. Uh, parts of Ethiopia, parts of, I'm sure, Latin America. I've been to many places.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have lived the lives of people who are really poor and underprivileged, you come back to your situation and you have a completely different perspective, and you look at the question of inequality from a completely different perspective. And so
Absolutely.
that is one of the things that I would say. If you ask me, is there anything that you have to say to my institution, I would say, let's encourage that kind of cross-pollination, but that you can only achieve through experience.
Absolutely. You have to. I grew up in Rio, so I'm very much aware of what you mean.
Send them to
Okay.
the favelas.
I'm sorry? Say that
Send,
again?
send them to the favelas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the labels on people's identities are oversimplifying or shifting the statements they make and preventing people from having real open conversations that can inspire actual solutions? So that comes to the conversation we had before of woke, I think, a little bit.
Yeah. So the woke have developed a language, and in many ways, I think they've just perverted our language, and they've developed all these labels, indeed, that they stick to people, pin to people, that they disagree with, and who do not conform to what it is that they want us to conform to. And my advice to that is you just have to go around it. And also, really, you know, I didn't know what they were on about until I picked up their books. And I read Robin DiAngelo's Anti-White Fragility and Ex Kendi's Anti-Racism. You have to read these books. You have to see for yourself how bad they are, poorly argued, how ideological, what they're trying to do with language, uh, just a crime against logic. Uh, but you have to engage with this material, and I'm not saying don't read these books. Read them, understand them, and before you know it, you're just going to say this is pure trash, and you're not going to listen. You will not let these people silence you, because they can't. The whole notion, and it's not like Karl Marx, for heaven's sake. No, they're not as deep as that.
Mm-hmm.
They're not as broad as that.
Of course.
This is a pseudo religion.
Yeah.
Not even a real religion. It's a pseudo religion. It's as cultish, and in many ways, it's really dumb. But you have to engage with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's true. And the sciences, the same thing happens with the people that believe in a flat Earth and anti-vaccine, and this cancellation of culture is just a disgrace. I have a perfect final question because we're almost out of time. It's a lovely and very important question. Thank you for sharing your experience. This is a bit vague, but what do you imagine when you say the word revolution? What kind of world do you want to move towards? It's a perfect question to end this. It's a hard one.
It's a hard one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, revolution or revolutionaries, the people who seek, they see inequality, they see injustice, they see something they don't like. And their solution is the entire system, all of its structures, its history, all of it sucks. You know what? Let's throw it all out and begin with a clean slate. That's the revolutionary mind. It's romantic, it's appealing to a 7-year-old, um, maybe a 15-year-old. I think by the time you're 18, if you've had uh, any kind of education, even by the real world, you understand that such a clean slate approach is pretty childish, and that is a charitable way of saying it. And then I would say to the person who asked the question, look at all the attempts in human life when it has been consciously tried. Now, that is different from, we talk about the tech revolution and the industrial revolution and these types, the medical revolution. These want some kinds of calculated, pre-planned outcomes.
Mhm.
These were, in fact, experiments by people who had no idea where these things were leading. And then the things happened, and it is only in hindsight that we said, oh, this is a revolution. And those people never sought to destroy anything and everything. They were building on what they had, and the outcome was just incredible.
Mhm.
But the revolutions are the ones who say, let's begin with a clean slate. Obviously, we're not going to begin with a clean slate. We're not going to throw away all this wealth that humanity has given us. And yes, a lot of it has come from the white man. I'm not ashamed of saying that. I'm grateful to the white man, dead or alive, who contributed to anything that has advanced humanity. And if there is a white man who has contributed to anything that has led to the despair and destruction of humanity, I'm the first one to condemn him. But I'm also the first one to condemn any female or black person or person of color or trans who does the same thing. If as a human individual, regardless of what your attributes are, you contribute to the despair of humanity, then you should be condemned as such. And if you do things that are great for humanity, then you should be lauded for such things. Of course, it's all much, much more complex than that. But
Yeah.
that is revolutionary zeal. And the revolutionary zeal is clean slate, uh, let's start everything from scratch type of thing. That is the thing that has to be rejected. Very childish, very destructive, very destructive.
Yeah, it reminds me of the word revolution used in astronomy. So when Copernicus published his book was called The Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres. And in that case, revolution meant coming back exactly to the same point,
Yeah,
and starting all over again and never
yeah,
really changing anything. So it's
yeah,
a perpetual, repetition of the same pattern that
yeah,
doesn't go anywhere. Let's
yeah.
hope things are not so bad. I wanted to thank you so much for your time and for being with us. I know it's hard, but I'm sure we all learned a lot from you, and I hope you watch some of our other conversations as these unfold. And yes, thank you so much. And I think we covered pretty much almost all of the questions that have been asked, which is wonderful. So
Thank,
have a wonderful weekend, and thanks for being with us. I'm going to now move on to the next speaker.
thank you, Marcelo. Thank you very much, and good luck. And thank you for what you do.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Okay, folks, I think that was a wonderful opening to this 2-day conference on the future of humanity. Ayaan was wonderful, very graceful, and very, very wise in so many ways. And now we're going to change completely our course. I'm going to have Sue Halpern join us. She is an author, a scholar in residence at the Middlebury College, and of course, she's a staff writer at the New Yorker. So she also contributes frequently to the New York Review of Books on questions related to technology. She's the author of 7 books of fiction and nonfiction, and most recently, The Summer Hours at the Robbers Library. And in addition to the New York Review, she has written on science, technology, and social issues for many other publications, including the New York Times, Rolling Stones, etc. Rolling Stone, sorry. And she is the director of the Middlebury Fellowship in Narrative Journalism and the former editor of NYRB, which is New York Review of Books Lit, an electronic publishing imprint of the New York Review of Books. She has a doctorate from Oxford University, and she has actually been in one of our public dialogues on technology and the future. So, Sue, thanks so much for being with us again, and we're really delighted to have you.
Thank you, Marcelo. It's nice to see you again.
I know.
Sorry, not in person, but the last time I saw you, you were almost asleep because you had just flown in from Brazil, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes. And that was at the Boston Museum of Science, right, with Jared Lanier, right? That's right. Very good. Well, Sue, same sort of process. You give your presentation, and I'm going to collect some questions as they come by. I encourage people there that have been watching us to kind of send questions along through the YouTube chat. And then when you're done, I'm going to ask you the questions we can address.
All right.
Wonderful.
So,
Okay.
all right. So I looked at the title of what you're getting at here, and I just want to say that predicting or even speculating on the future is a very fraught business. It's a little bit like drug development or startups or stock picking. Most of the time, there's failure. Here's a couple of funny examples. In 1876, an internal Western Union memo said that the telephone should not be seriously considered as a means of communication. And then by 1910, there were nearly 6 million telephones in use. A little over 100 years later, the CEO of the digital equipment company said, there's no reason for any individual to have a computer in his home. And I would just like to say that that company is no longer in business. Many of us will remember waking up the day of the 2016 election and then the day after. And we were, at least on the day of the election, confident in the predictions of the New York Times and just about every poll that Hillary Clinton would win the presidency in a landslide. And then we know what happened after that. But these days, prediction and predictive analysis is a big and ever-growing business, and it's mostly spawned by advances in artificial intelligence. It's why your credit card wants to know if you really did buy the Weber grill and the Patagonia down jacket on the same day you purchased airline tickets to Maui, because the algorithms there are on the lookout for fraud and are triggered by what appears to be unlikely patterns. It's how car companies know about a safety issue before it becomes a problem big enough to erode brand loyalty. Again, it's because its algorithms are constantly scouring warranty service data. It's why Gmail is eternally trying to answer your correspondence for you, and why all the mail from strangers in Kazakhstan inviting you to send them money ends up in spam. And it's why my local supermarket has encouraged me to sign up for its rewards card, which actually rewards the company with all my data, which it will not only use to decide which coupons to give me, but will sell to data brokers to be fed into other data sets and AI engines. Predictive algorithms are an ambient presence in our lives, so much so that we hardly notice them, or if we do, we cede almost supernatural powers to them and either don't question how they're constructed or used, or scratch our heads because we don't understand them and we never will. And this learned ignorance is intentional. Most companies build AI systems with proprietary algorithms. Proprietary in this regard means no one can see how they're constructed. They're black boxes protected by intellectual property laws. And yet those black boxes now dominate our lives in ways that are both obvious and opaque. For example, every time you do a Google search, Google's PageRank is scouring the internet, looking for whatever answers it is programmed to favor for you. People have made an industry out of gaming the algorithm by figuring out ways to increase the rank of a given website so it comes out near the top of the results, even though they don't actually know how the algorithm works. At the same time, other proprietary algorithms are determining who you are by what you buy, the website you visit, the organizations you belong to, the political party you're affiliated with, and what college you attended. And through some hocus pocus, they come up with your value from all of this, which is to say, how valuable you will be to advertisers so Google can serve you targeted ads. What we've learned from the analysis of those ads is that the more desirable customers, who tend to be high income and white, get more desirable offers and perks. Bias is a loaded word, but it's a good one to keep in mind when you're trying to understand how an AI system has derived its outcomes. For AI developers creating machine learning systems, bias refers to the task they are building the AI to address. It's a neutral term. For the rest of us, bias is a loaded term, and one that has been used to describe the reason that some AI systems are inherently racist or sexist or ageist or in other ways perpetuate inequalities. Everything that a machine knows derives from what it's been trained on. Often that means historical data about what has happened before. I was recently looking at a study done before the pandemic, projecting revenue growth and profits for a bunch of different products that compared the machine learning algorithm projection to the actual outcome. Two things struck me. First, that the researchers thought that an 8% error rate by the AI was a reasonable outcome. But more importantly, that it was based on historical data. And of course, that data couldn't account for the pandemic because it was unprecedented, at least in the last 100 years or so. The researchers said that the hardest thing they encountered was gathering sufficient data to train their AI. So think about that for a second. First, limited data sets are likely to circumscribe the result. But more importantly, relying on historical data has the built-in problem of replicating historical harms. A good example of this is what is now called talent management. And a talent management system that was built a few years ago by developers at Amazon is just kind of the thing that's going to show you how this all works. Their goal was to automate the hiring process of potential software engineers with an AI system that could sort through hundreds of resumes, score them the way that Amazon shoppers rate products, so that the AI selected the highest scores and rejected the rest. But when they looked at the results, they found out that the system was only recommending men. Why? Because the data set the system was working from was a sample of Amazon resumes from the past 10 years, and almost all of them were for men. And speaking of automating talent management, this has become a euphemism for cutting costs. And one way it does this is by optimizing employees, by culling the ones that the AI system has determined are most likely to be leaving the company in the future. It does this by gathering what employees might have thought was inconsequential information from their internet searches, like looking at real estate listings from a city other than the one near the company's office, or making inquiries about graduate school programs. HR departments then use the score that this system spits out as the basis for terminating an employee's employment. It's like a secret loyalty test that no one knows they are taking. In a sense, this is the epitome of artificial intelligence because it's an imitation of real knowledge or understanding. Some people make a hobby of scrolling through real estate listings. Some people dream about going back to school. What this system fails to entertain is that sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. And that begs the larger questions about privacy and fairness. We've heard a lot lately about how facial recognition systems are not very good, to say the least, at identifying darker-skinned people. A study that looked at the 3 major facial recognition systems found that they could correctly identify gender 90% of the time when the subject was a white man, and only 35% of the time when the subject was a woman with darker skin. This wasn't a mistake. The algorithm builders trained their algorithms on data sets composed primarily of people who look like them, and in so doing, they unconsciously introduced bias into the system. So think about the consequences of this kind of sampling error. It could cause autonomous vehicles to fail to recognize a Black woman about to cross the street. It could cause the police to arrest the wrong man. Last year, the New York Times reported on the case of a man named Robert Williams, who got a call from the Detroit police while he was at work at his job at an auto parts store, telling him to turn himself into the police station to be arrested. The police wouldn't say why he was being arrested, but when he got there, they just showed him a piece of paper with his photo and the words felony warrant and larceny on it. At the police station, Williams had his mugshot, fingerprints, and DNA taken and was held overnight in jail. He was taken to an interrogation room where the detectives placed 3 pieces of paper on the table face down. These turned out to be grainy surveillance photos from a store where someone had stolen $4,000 of merchandise. The person in question was a heavy-set black man, as was Mr. Williams. But that's where the similarities ended. "You think all black men look alike, don't you?" he asked the police. And the short answer to that was yes. But why? Why did they think that? Because a computer told them so. How had the computer found Mr. Williams in the first place? Through his driver's license photo. So in his case, a badly trained facial recognition system took a photo of an innocent man from a government database and used it to arrest him and toss him in jail, even though there was no physical evidence that he had ever been in that store. And if you or I think we're exempt from this kind of random tagging, most likely we're not. Databases used for law enforcement include about 641 million driver's license and ID photos from 21 states. And municipalities are selling this information all the time. They make a lot of money. Using data sets that are incomplete or badly sampled, or in the case of Mr. Williams, mixing error-riddled AI with an overbroad data set is just one kind of bias that can distort the intelligence delivered by algorithms. All of us are familiar with filter biases, the kind baked into Facebook, for instance, so that the posts you see are the ones that match your politics and view of the world. And we're also well aware, while this might have seemed inconsequential 10 years ago, it's had dangerous real-world consequences and in this country and abroad. That filter bias is what enabled the Russian Internet Research Agency to target Americans of different political points of view in an effort to cleave them further. And it's the basis of Facebook's custom audiences product and also of their dark posts, which allowed the 2016 Trump campaign to deliver anti-Clinton ads to African-American men in Florida to dissuade them from voting, posts that no one else could see. Or consider your credit score. For most of this is a number lurking in the background, not just of our financial lives, but of what our financial lives lead to, like mortgages and spending limits on credit cards. How that score is calculated is something of a mystery. In the past, it was usually about how religious you were about paying your bills and paying off your loans. But now it may also include data that has nothing to do with that, like what you search for on the internet, where you shop, and who your friends are on social media, and how financially responsible they are. And the thing is, you won't know where the data is coming from, how it's weighted, or if it's accurate, or if the algorithm is relying on data that itself replicates historical prejudices, like where someone lives or where they went to college. And while it's illegal to ask for a research group at Cambridge University in the UK that claimed it could tell who I was by assessing just 9 of my Facebook affiliations. This was back when I had a Facebook account. So I gave them access to my account and they did their magic and then came out with the results. And they predicted that I was a gay male Republican. I think they assumed I was male because I subscribed to a couple of tech publications and liked the Red Sox. And if the algorithm started from there, then any more traditional female interests of mine would have led the algorithm, I'm guessing, to assume I was a gay man. How it came up with Republican, however, is beyond me. But you can start to see how if the first assumption is wrong, or if each attribute is weighted in the wrong direction, the errors begin to snowball. We've also learned that these algorithms are often designed to use proxies for race and gender. A gender proxy is like the one where I was assumed to be male because I'm interested in technology. A racial proxy can be as simple as correlating a certain surname and a zip code. as Cambridge Analytica did for Donald Trump in 2016, when it tagged thousands of Black people in Michigan for what it called deterrence, which was an effort to influence them not to vote for Hillary Clinton or not to vote at all. A couple of years ago, researchers from Carnegie Mellon set out to test the Google ad ecosystem, which collects bits of personal information in order to create personalized ads. To do this, they simulated the experiences of 500 internet users so that Google would learn things about each one, whether they were male or female, for instance. Then they visited a couple of websites and saw that men were more likely than women to be served ads for executive coaching. Leaving aside whether anyone wants to get ads for pricey executive coaching services, the experiment clearly demonstrated that the algorithm was primed to gender the results. It's easy to dismiss this as just another complaint about targeted ads, but it goes beyond what we see on our screens. If advertisements offer opportunities, like for instance, the chance to buy a condo and a new development, and everyone who sees the ad is white, it increases the likelihood that only white people will live in that neighborhood. It is not intentionally pernicious, but it can have a pernicious effect. If wealthy white Americans are given larger discounts on high-ticket items, it perpetuates economic inequality one Nespresso machine at a time. We don't really see this, or maybe you see it, but a lot of us don't. A Pew study from a couple of years ago found that 40% of Americans believe that computers make unbiased decisions. The corollary to this is that many of us perceive that the inherent neutrality of numbers spills over to digital processing. Computers, after all, run on zeros and ones, and we somehow fail to recognize that computers do what they do because people tell them what to do. Algorithms and data sets do not just appear deus ex machina. They are human constructs that reflect particular human interests, outlooks, beliefs, and experiences. I think because of this, when we talk about artificial intelligence, especially when we valorize it, the emphasis is almost always on the second word, on intelligence, when it should be on the first, artificial. Here's a brief digression. Here's a snippet of an exchange I had recently with my smart speaker, Alexa. Leaving aside the not inconsequential fact that computers have gotten much better at natural language processing, so we can ask a standard question or tell me today's headlines, and most times get a reasonable reply. One advertised virtue of machine learning is that with more and more data, systems become accurate and more accurate, but at least with Amazon's Alexa, I have not seen that happen. So I'm going to just play you this little snippet and you can see what you think.
Are you intelligent?
I try my best.
Alexa, are you smart?
I try my best.
Alexa, what does it mean to try your best?
Try my best was an American bred, Irish-trained thoroughbred racehorse.
Alexa, do you have emotions?
I do appreciate good vibes and strong Wi-Fi. If you ask me how I'm doing, I'll give you a new answer every day.
Alexa, why will you give me a new answer every day to how you are feeling?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
So I suspect that if we placed the emphasis on artificial rather than intelligence, we wouldn't cede so much power to AI. So what do I mean by power? Here's an example. In some jurisdictions, AI determines where the police should patrol, a determination that's made typically on the basis of where the most crimes are committed. That sounds reasonable. But what's happened is that sending more police to patrol those neighborhoods has resulted in more people being arrested for nonviolent minor offenses. At that point, it becomes a self-referring loop. The more crime, the more police, the more police, the more crime, and on and on. Now let's say you've been picked up for selling weed to your neighbors, and a judge has decided has to decide whether or not you're going to get bail, and if so, how much. If that judge is using sentencing software and you happen to live in a high crime neighborhood, you're much more likely to get sent to jail than if you don't, because the algorithm is not assessing your individual propensity to commit another crime. It's assessing the likelihood of an aggregate of people who look like you, who live in that neighborhood, to commit crimes. A study from ProPublica of 7,000 arrests in Broward County, Florida, found that the formula that they were using was twice as likely to label Black defendants as future criminals, while white defendants were more likely to be labeled low risk. The risk assessment software used to make those determinations was created by a private company, and it's used across the country, and it's proprietary. When ProPublica asked to see how it was constructed, the company refused. It did, however, share a list of 137 questions it used to determine a person's risk to commit a future crime. It included, have either of your parents been sent to jail or prison? And do you know anyone who uses illegal drugs? These are not neutral questions. According to the NAACP, 1 out of 3 young Black boys born today can expect to be sent to prison. Now let's say you've been sent to prison and you've served your term and you're up for parole. Those parole decisions are also being made by some invisible metric, yet another risk assessment algorithm. But no surprise, if upon your release you'll be moving back to a high crime zip code, you are deemed more likely to be a recidivist and therefore less likely to get paroled. And also, not surprisingly, again, this typically falls along racial lines. And the disturbing thing is that judges and parole officers who use these kinds of risk assessments believe they are more fair than a decision made by a human. What they fail to see is that they, in fact, have been made by humans. But put those complaints aside for a second. What artificial intelligence is doing here is actually narrowing what we know. It's not only defining the questions, it's defining the answers. It's saying, for instance, that there are a few key data points and that everything else is noise. It's a reductive approach to acquiring knowledge. And I'd argue that it's making us less intelligent. By this, I don't mean that we're getting worse at playing chess or Go. Those are rules-based games, and that machines with enough computing power are always going to do better than we are. But on the other hand, it was human ingenuity that invented those games in the first place, and that's intelligence. In 1950, the British mathematician Alan Turing proposed that one way we'll know if machines have achieved intelligence is if their answers to a set of questions are indistinguishable from those of a human. Another way to assess this would be if computers could invent a game as complex as chess or Go, or write a paper as complex and original as Turing's computing machinery and intelligence, from which the Turing test was derived. To do this, computers would have to develop general intelligence, a capacity that so far is well out of reach. As the French AI researcher Francois Chollet has pointed out, intelligence is situational. What he said was, your brain is one piece in a broader system which includes your body, your environment, other humans, and culture as a whole. Human intelligence is contained not in your brain, but in your civilization. Machine learning systems, by contrast, are trained to know one thing, like what's spam or how to read x-rays. And they can be very successful in those chores, but those systems are brittle. They can't learn beyond what they are trained to learn. An AI system that can read x-rays, for example, can't read a book or even MRI films. We should consider it a triumph that people are more creative, more idiosyncratic, more human than machines are and are likely to be, at least in our lifetimes. The desire or the dream for machines to supersede us, to be more intelligent than we are, is not just dystopian, it's unrealistic, and it's deeply, deeply misguided. There are now AI systems that have analyzed music, extracted the most pleasing chord progressions, and used them to write songs that people like better than the music created the old-fashioned way. Is this progress? Maybe for record companies and maybe even for people who simply want to be entertained. But think about it for a minute. Those chord progressions only exist because people came up with them. But more crucially, is this what musical composition becomes? If it is, it will be reductive. It will only exist within established parameters. It will rely on what's popular, not on what's good or original or idiosyncratic. A research center at Rutgers is teaching a machine to automatically generate art, and people seem to like what it's coming up with more than they like human-made painting. Is this evolution? Maybe, but it may be less a machine evolution than a human one if we're willing to cede our creativity, our weirdness, what we call human expression, to machines. If we are, or if enough of us are, then the future we imagine for ourselves will entail a diminishment of ourselves. It's not that the machines will take over, it's that we'll give up some of our essential humanness, our creative selves, in the process. I'm making this sound like a choice, and it should be, but with the invention of supercomputers and neural networks that can sort through massive data sets, it's all moving so quickly that adoption typically precedes analysis. That's why we're seeing employees of Google and Facebook, for example, talking about ethical AI now after the fact. That's why we're hearing calls for algorithmic justice. The algorithms have been written, they've been queued up, they're popular, they're cheap, they make money. Clearly, AI does some things better than humans: reading medical images, scanning legal documents, playing certain kinds of games, maintaining inventories, working in warehouses, searching for new drugs, just to name a few. But here's the thing. Like I use AI to transcribe interviews. It's more accurate. It's not more accurate than I am, but it does it really fast. And then I go through and fix, the mistakes that it's made. It's very tedious. It's amusing sometimes. And maybe over time, natural language processing will get better. But again, like so much of machine learning, that will depend on what data it's being fed, spoken by whom. And that's important, not only for that application, but for all applications. The other place that AI becomes reductive is if it can't measure or account for qualitative information, or rather its developers have to find a way to translate qualitative information into something measurable. Lately, there's been an effort for AI to read emotions, that like look at your face and know how you're feeling. It's called affective AI. And basically what they're doing is they're looking at your face and mapping it and deciding that particular micro movements of your muscles mean something, whether they mean you're, angry, or whether you're sad or euphoric. And the problem here is that it's rooted in an assumption that there's a shared taxonomy of facial expressions, and that can be translated into a numerical system. And that's what they've done. And the problem is, you can see how this works. Like if a company is monitoring your face, can you be fired because you look bored? If you look unenthusiastic. There was a study from the University of Maryland that showed that Black faces are more likely to be classified as angry than white faces. The simple fact is that purporting to know how we feel, this kind of AI robs us of context, culture, history of individuality, and of course, there's the surveillance issue that this raises. A couple of years ago, I found a website called willrobotstakemyjob.com. And I was really happy to learn that that writers had only a 4% chance of being replaced by AI or robots. But then when I looked a little more closely, I saw that this prediction was based on a study from 2013. And in the intervening 8 years, chip makers have been able to create faster processors capable of handling vast amounts of data. And now that the internet continues to provide that data, neural networks are able to sort through all that data and improve their accuracy. So I was kind of thinking, well, maybe that 4% has changed. There's a group called OpenAI, which works on natural language processing, and they've just released their latest text generating software. It's called GPT-3. It's now being used in more than 300 apps, and it produces something like 4.5 billion words a day. So I'm gonna end here with my computer reading a short essay I wrote, or rather it wrote, based on some prompts that I gave it. It used GPT-3, and it's called The Future of Humanity. It wanted to really weigh in on this subject that Marcelo has us here talking about. So listen to the whole thing. Think about context. Think about the fact that that each sentence makes sense, but think about each sentence as it moves from one to the next.
The threats of artificial intelligence are growing by the day. There was a time when the future was certain. That time is now reaching its conclusion. The present, like everything else, will soon come to an end. The events that follow, whether they are designated as recent or epochal, are not without dispute among historians and prehistorians alike. But it is agreed that a great transformation will take place between this present world and one that has yet to be born. Some propose that we should somehow boldly seize the future and become masters of it. Others suggest that we allow the future to assert itself as it will. Some still spend their time in binges of consumption, individualism, and unhealthy competition. Some people, for their part, have come to believe that the future is not inevitable. The recent past is already mutating into something new, a form of historical contingency where the vital events of the present are causally independent from those that might come in the future. The biggest question of all is not if we will survive, but what kind of people we will be. The greatest challenges to mankind in the next 100 years are not environmental, economic, political, or social. They are about identity and survival. Our own survival. We are on the brink of a technological revolution that could bring unprecedented change to every aspect of life on Earth. It's a revolution that could render us unrecognizable to ourselves, with consequences we cannot begin to imagine. It's also one that has the potential to eradicate human suffering while simultaneously bringing an end to our existence as a species.
I'm going to stop there on species. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I urge you to publish that at the New York Review of Books.
I don't think anyone's going to take that.
This is what my computer is thinking about our future. Very, very good. Okay, Sue, I knew this was going to be fascinating. And boy, I wish I could ask all the questions I have, but I have to be fair and I have to ask the questions that people have been asking here on the chat. The first one is really funny. So our next speaker is Terry Tempest Williams. And when you activated Alexa, this is what she said. My Alexa is responding to your questions, Sue. So it's omniscience, and Alexa is everywhere like a god. It's a god, Alexa. It's really scary and silly at the same time. Okay, so for more serious questions, here I wonder why many or some consumers seem to enjoy the use of AI and be processed by it, enjoy being processed by it, I guess. So don't they? After all, Alexa is popular.
Yeah, we have Alexas all over our house. I'm not thrilled about it. Blame the guy who's talking later today. Yeah, I mean, there are things that it does really well and things that are convenient. I mean, the one thing about Alexa that I find very weird is that it doesn't learn. So, for instance, if I listen to the same radio station every single day, almost at the same hour, let's say, which is true, every day I say, Alexa, play whatever the radio station is, and invariably it will get it wrong. And it should know, even when it begins to hear me say those first beginning call letters, what it is. Or for instance, I say, what's the weather? And it gives me the weather for some place I've never been and where it is not located. So it's good at certain things, and it is convenient, and there are some conveniences, but tell me one person who loves talking to a chat box, and I will tell you that person is actually a chat box.
Interesting. Yeah. Which brings up all this conversation about robots that are being developed for companionship for the elderly, for example. To what extent that's going to be efficient and or not.
Well, it was, those were kind of useful. I think they were used, I think it was in Japan.
Yeah, it's Japan.
Pandemic. And they've been used for people with dementia, like robotic dogs, for instance, robotic pets. And those make sense to an extent. Although, again, I mean, if we're going to move in those directions, some of the most important things about medicine in those settings is touch. And now, our touch is with some, inanimate object. And that seems like a diminishment, of our humanity.
Yeah. So, okay. So this is interesting. Where do you think we should primarily locate the responsibility for AI's problems? Because you described a lot of them. It sounds like developers, those selling data to developers and consumers, are all contributing in complex ways to some of the problems you so eloquently highlighted.
So, what's interesting is, so much of this stuff is being done because it's kind of interesting and fun. So like if you're in a research group, you really, we want people to be creative. We want them to come up with new ideas. And so there's a real tension between that notion of just let's go forward and figure out what we can do that's really cool and, innovative or whatever, versus what are the consequences of this? And this constantly comes up. I mean, you must know this better than most people. I mean, it comes up in biology, it comes up in medicine. And so, it makes the leap from the research into the, the monetized, corporate world, and no one's asking the questions that need to be asked. So it's problematic. But I think that tension is probably a good one. And it would be an even better one if, while people were developing this stuff and having fun with it, that they were also asking themselves, the hard questions about how it was going to be deployed.
Yeah, this is such a great topic. It could be a whole conference, because it's really about the ethical consequences of what you're doing as a scientist or an engineer. And not always, but a lot of the times, as you mentioned, it's really about the intellectual challenge of, can we do this, right? Which, without really thinking, okay, once we do it, what will happen with the use of that, which to a certain extent happened with the Manhattan Project, in a less serious, there was this X-Files episode called The Great Mutato. I don't know if you ever watched it. It was about this crazy genetic engineer guy who was creating these horrible human-animal hybrids. And the Fox Mulder, the FBI agent, says, "But why are you doing this?" And the answer was, "Because I can."
Yeah.
And that to me is it's the issue, a lot of the issue coming through this, because you can, but once you do, what happens with what you're doing to society as a whole, and who is deciding?
Yeah, who's deciding? It's a good question. I mean, at this point in our kind of economic life, I think the money is deciding.
Exactly.
So I think, it's just like, can we monetize that? What can we do with it? The people who came up with GPT-3 started with GPT a couple of generations ago, and they were a nonprofit, and then now they're a for-profit, and it's probably pretty lucrative. I mean, Google bought them because natural language processing is the future, even if right now it's pretty specious.
Yeah. There is an interesting question here about fake news and Facebook. Didn't allowing fake news to outperform regular news in Facebook's curated news feed introduce a need to control information and call for censorship more than it actually altered votes?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, what we know about those algorithms is that they promoted fake news, not because the fake news was better news or anything other than the fact that it got more engagement. And so engagement was the metric that they were using to promote things. So it's not really censorship. I mean, in a sense, that was an amplification, which was sort of the opposite of censorship. If they had let the information rise to the top because it was the thing that was, most accurate, then, we wouldn't call that censorship. And so, no, I think that the way the algorithm was written is the issue there, not that it's fake news or unfake news. It's just that they're looking for engagement, and that's where you got it.
Yes, that's a very good point. And I have a question from Adam Frank, who actually will talk a little bit about this facial recognition software that you mentioned, because I know what he's going to be talking about. So he asks, what are the ways to publicly manage the risks associated with these technologies, which can do so much, but also cause so much harm? That is a real issue.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that because the algorithms are proprietary, no one knows how they work except the people who work at those places. So that's a problem just right from the start. And I think that when it's one thing when the algorithms are proprietary and you have some choice over whether or not you're going to engage with that system. It's another thing when those algorithms are being used by municipal systems where the people using them have no idea how they work, and they just are told, here's this thing, it's good for you, it's better for you, it's more fair, or whatever they're being told. So I think, just to start with, if municipal systems, if federal systems, local, state governments, judicial systems are going to use these algorithms, they have to be way more transparent. And people who are using them need to be educated and to how they work and what their foibles are and what their benefits are and so on and so forth. But that doesn't happen. That's not how it works. So I think if at the very least, if we're going to have taxpayers paying for this stuff, we should have more transparency.
Yeah. That is actually, you just basically answered another question that was exactly about this. Shouldn't be educating people to the underlying mindless of the algorithms and the weaknesses that come in because of cultural bias of the programmers and stuff like that. So that's really right on.
I guess I think that if there's more transparency overall, and if people are more educated, then I think we actually maybe do get a little more fairness into the system, because at that point we can introduce some of that noise that actually is meaningful to people.
Yeah, and the final question, because wow, we're already almost out of time. The final question is, what about regulation? Who would regulate this and who would control this expense? I know this is a question which is incredible. We actually talked about this, I think, in our public dialogue. It's a very hard question, but what are your thoughts these days on this issue?
I mean, look, we can't exactly regulate a lot of this stuff because a lot of it is just, it's, as I said earlier, it's like ambient. And I think the only, we can look at algorithms that have a kind of public face and work on those. Whether or not, I doubt, I can't imagine it would be any law that would allow, non-Facebook employees, for instance, to mess with the Facebook algorithm or the Google algorithm or any of those other algorithms. I can't imagine that would be legal, and I don't think we should be doing that. I think instead it should be more of a kind of people recognizing what the issues are and calling these companies to account, and either voting with their feet and walking away from them, or making a kind of more noise, as some groups are, whether they're coming from inside those organizations or from the outside, and maybe from both. But I think regulation is so, it's so fraught. If we wait for government to, step in here, we're all going to become chatbots.
Right. So we actually have time for a couple of more, just because Terry is all the way in the middle of Utah and having issues with her internet. So
excellent, Terry, nice work.
Do you mind if I ask a couple more questions?
No, that's fine. And I'm sorry, Terry, about that.
So you're talking about that is somewhat naive to expect that artificial intelligence will actually kind of be doing something more human than just, reproducing algorithms, that the way they, like your article, your essay from your computer, or compositions or artistic creations are really nothing more than repetitions. So my comment or question to you is, do you think that one of the reasons for that is that one of the fundamental aspects of human creativity is that we put in what I would call the unexpected in works of art, and if you're following an algorithmic, yes, no kind of fluxogram, this is not going to be happening, so you won't go from Impressionism to Cubism if you only have rules about Impressionism, and you're incapable of creating a rule that will say, okay, this is Cubism now, guys, let's completely change the way we represent art. Do you think that is one of the human things that is missing in this?
Yeah, absolutely. And the way I think about it is this: for those of us who grew up going to the library with a card catalog, you'd be flipping through the card catalog and you'd come across something that you didn't expect to find because you didn't know it was there. Right. Now, when you do research, you go onto Google, and Google tells you what you're going to find, and there's very little room for serendipity. And I think that serendipity is what often gets us to a different place than we ever expected to be. And one of the things that is problematic right now with AI, and maybe this will change, is that it can't really get us there. And I don't know that we want to exactly, giving up that part of our agency just seems like that's one of the most fundamental parts of being human.
Yeah. Just,
having ideas and feelings and hearing things in our head, and, whatever it is that seem to come from nowhere. And I don't think we're going to get that with AI, at least not for a long time.
And that's beautiful. And the notion that the innovation needs to be aesthetically pleasing, right? You tweak something, and that tweaking of that something is actually, wow, this is wonderful. We should do more of this. How is a machine, going to do that? I would love to know. It's very hard to understand.
I think not yet, if at all. And the thing is, even if it could, let's just say it could get there, I think that is problematic for us.
Right.
I just think as people, and in the same way that right now, one of the things that people are very concerned about is the fact that automation is taking away a lot of jobs. And so the people say, well, the answer to that is you'll have more leisure time, which in fact doesn't seem to be true, especially not for gig workers, but also because one of the things where people find meaning is in their work. Yeah. And if you take that away, it's hard to know. Maybe that's too elitist to think, but I think even people who do jobs that they don't like, find meaning in having a place in the world. And
Right.
and taking that away, I think, can really diminish us as a culture, as a species, as individuals.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And boy, this conversation could go on. But I heard that Terry is back.
Oh, good.
So, so Sue, thank you so much for being with us again. And soon we're going to have Bill coming up too. So you got a double whammy there, which is wonderful.
Blame him for the Alexas in the house.
I'm a big fan of the couple, so it's just wonderful. And I'll see you very soon. I hope you'll stick around and follow some of this if you can.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, folks, so Terry is back. She's going to tell us what's going on in Utah. Let me just introduce her. Her intro here is enormous. I'm going to be brief because I want to talk to Terry, and she has things to tell us which are important. As you probably know, she's a very well-known author. She's an advocate for free speech. She is a very celebrated conservationist. She has been called a citizen writer, a writer who speaks out eloquently on behalf of an ethical stance toward life. She's a naturalist and a fierce advocate for freedom of speech, and has consistently shown us how environmental issues are social issues that ultimately become matters of justice, which speaks directly to some of the main topics of our conference, right? She's known for her impassioned and lyrical prose, absolutely, and she's going to read to us a little bit of that soon. Terry is the author of the environmental literature classic Refuge, and A Natural History of Family and Place, several other books. Let me just mention a couple. The Hour of Land, A Personal Topography of America's National Park, has been honored the centennial of the National Park, written to honor the centennial of the National Park Service, was a New York Times bestseller and also won the Mountains and Plains Independent Booksellers Association 2016 Reading the West Book Award. Her most recent book is Erosion, Essays of Undoing, a collection of wide-ranging essays that explore the many forms of erosion we face: democracy, science, compassion, and trust, which is very much what we want to talk about in this conference. She's been a Simon Guggenheim Fellow. She has obtained a Lennon Literary Fellowship as well. Many awards for writing from the environment, from the Sierra Club, from the Audubon News Society, and the Robert Kirsch Award, a Lifetime Achievement Prize given to a writer with a substantial connection to the American West. And she has also been elected as a member into the American Academy of Arts and Letters. And she's been a frequent visitor here to Dartmouth College, twice as a Montgomery Fellow and also as a Provostial Scholar. So Terry, let me have you come and join us. I know that there are some issues with the connection, but let's pray to the gods of the internet, if there is such a thing, that it'll hold steady. Welcome.
Thank you, Marcelo. It's so great to see you and to be with you. I think the last time we saw each other was the last time, any of us were out in the world at the Garrison Center on March 4th or 5th. So it's great to see you, and thank you for including me in this extraordinary gathering. I so appreciated Ayaan's words and Sue, and I'm going to be with you throughout. So
wonderful, thank you. Yeah.
Greetings. And if by chance our internet does go out, as I mentioned to you, we are in the midst of a 10,000 acre fire that is less than 20 miles from us. I will call in, but things are a bit tense right now. And I greet you from Castle Valley, Utah. It's on the edge of the Colorado River. It is the ancestral lands of the Nooch people, the Ute people, and also a crossroads for Puebloan people for thousands of years. So fire is not new, but the extremity of the fire people now are. And that's what I want to share with you in the 20 minutes I have, to give a brief reading and offer some comments. And then I look forward to our conversation together and with all those who are participating in this conversation. Last year, it was in September, As you'll remember, 5 million acres were burning in the American West, primarily in California and the Pacific Northwest. I have a young friend, Bianca Giever. She works for the New York Times. She was on assignment in Los Angeles during those fires, and she was terrified and really didn't know what to do. And she called me at about 5 in the afternoon, and she said, "Terry, I cannot see. We are in a shroud of smoke, and the sun looks like a cigarette burn through fog." She said, "When I woke up this morning, all I could think about was the phrase, an obituary for the land. Will you write one?" The pre-pandemic me would have said, "No, I can't imagine it." But the pandemic me heard the voice of a younger generation, and I said, "I will try." And she said, "Thank you," and I need it in an hour. You know, I think these are the kinds of things that are being asked of us in small and large ways, in the ways that we can offer ourselves up to be of use. And I want to share with you this piece called A Burning Testament in answer to Bianca's question. With these ashes in hand that have fallen from near and far on the drought-cracked desert of Utah, I raise my fist to a smoke-choked sky to honor the holy creatures, human and wild, who have lost their lives and homes to the galloping flames like riderless horses burning through the west. We are witness to ghostly horizons lit with the scalding colors of red, orange, purple, black, the blowout of close to 5 million acres of land being ravaged by fires with such velocity it is melting our capacity to feel the full magnitude of what is happening. We are not okay. We are anxious. We are scared. There is no place to run. There is no place to hide. There is only our love and grief to hold us in the terror of all we are seeing, sensing, denying. We can't touch the source of our despair because we can't touch each other. And so we retreat inside when everything outside is screaming. We are sitting in rooms watching screens alone, waiting, as if this is a pause instead of a place, the place where we find ourselves now. The facts do not tell the story of how our hearts are breaking, nor do the photographs of blackened forests or lone chimneys standing as monuments to homes once inhabited. The news does not speak to the terror of flames lapping at our heels that we can never outrun, only a prey for a change in the winds. No one is reporting the smells of burnt fur or feathers or leaves and sap, nor the cold, hard truth of those who find the missing, frozen in their last gestures of escape beneath the blanket of ashes. Not even the stories reported by the biologists in New Mexico who are picking up the bodies of hundreds of thousands of migrating birds in mixed flocks of warblers, flycatchers, sparrows, and finches found dead on the ground in great white sands with no explanation but the conjecture that they died from exhaustion, forced to flee the forest before their bodies were fattened to make the long journey south. Our valley is a steady stream of birds who stop and drink from our well, our bird baths and tubs we have waiting for them. And there are 9 known bears in our valley who have come down from the mountains looking for food and water. I have seen their faces. As they wander through our community in shrouds of smoke, they have been unable to shake off from last month's epic flyers in Colorado, a few wing beats away as the raven flies. Unable at times to distinguish day from night, we have only a blood-red sun and an orange-faced moon exchanging places in the sky to orient us as temperatures rise, fires rage, and before our eyes, a flash, a neighboring forest becomes the charred citadel of a vibrant world, gone. We are saying farewell to what we love and why we stay. Can we stay? The landscape of the American West is burning, and we are burning too. We have been living a myth. We have constructed a dream. We have cajoled and seduced ourselves into believing we are the center of all things, with plants and other sentient beings from ants to lizards to coyotes and grizzly bears remaining subservient to our whims, desires, and needs. This is a lethal lie that will be seen by future generations as a grave moral sin committed and buried in the name of ignorance and arrogance. It is true, we have mismanaged our forests and suppressed fires for decades. We have ignored and failed to listen to the wisdom of indigenous peoples who have understood and lived with fire for generations. We have built our homes within the woods when we should have respected the necessary breathing spaces between the domestic and the wild. We have overbuilt and overridden the carrying capacity of arid landscapes and underestimated the limits of water in times of drought, mega drought. We have sacrificed the integrity of fragile and iconic landscapes for the development of oil and gas to fuel the American way of life. This is freedom unmasked. We have a right to live as we wish until we can't. Our reckless history of human habitation in the American West is on a collision course with the climate crisis. Climate change is not a hoax. It is real, and it is a fire-breathing dragon blowing fire at our doors. We cannot breathe. This is our mantra in America now. We cannot breathe because of the smoke. We cannot breathe because of a virus that has entered our homes. We cannot breathe because of police brutality and too many Black bodies and brown bodies dead on the streets. We cannot breathe because we are holding our breath for the people and places we love. I was asked to write an obituary for the land, but I realize I am writing an obituary for us, for the life we have lost and never can return to. And within this burning of Western lands, our innocence and denial is in flames. The obituary will be short. The time came, and these humans died from the old ways of being. Good riddance. It was time. Their cause of death was the terminal disease of solipsism, whereby humans put themselves at the center of the universe. It was only about them. And in so doing, they had been dead to the world that is alive. To the power of these burning, illuminated Western lands that have shaped our character, inspired our souls, and restored our belief in what is beautiful and enduring, I will never write your obituary. Because even as you burn, you are throwing down seeds that will sprout and flower. Trees will grow and forests will rise again as living testaments to how one survives change. It is time to grieve and mourn the dead and believe in the power of renewal. If we do not embrace our grief, our sadness will come out sideways in unexpected forms of depression and violence. We must dare to find a proper ceremony to collectively honor the dead from the coronavirus as we approach 200,000 citizens lost. And I should say now 600,000 citizens lost in the United States and millions globally. We must honor the lives engulfed in these Western fires and the lives we will continue to lose from the climate crisis at hand. Only then can we begin the work of restoration, respecting the generations to come as we clear a path toward cooling a warming planet. This will be our joy. Let this be a humble tribute, an exaltation, an homage, an open-hearted eulogy to all we are losing to fire, to floods, to hurricanes and tornadoes, and the invisible virus that has called us all home and brought us to our knees. We are not the only species that lives and loves and breathes on this miraculous planet called Earth. May we remember this and raise a fistful of ash to all the lives lost that it holds. Grief is love. How can we hold this grief without holding each other? To bear witness to this moment of undoing is to find the strength and spiritual will to meet the dark and smoldering landscapes where we now live. We can cry. Our tears will fall like rain in the desert and wash off our skins of ash so our pores can breathe, so our bodies can breathe back the lives that we have taken for granted. I will mark my heart with an X made of ash that says, the power to restore life resides here. The future of our species will be decided here, not by facts, but by love and loss. Hand on my heart, I pledge allegiance to the only home I will ever know. So this was written 9 months ago. And yes, we could have imagined that our landscape here in the American Southwest, in Utah, just outside Moab, would be burning. What we couldn't have anticipated is that the fuel load has not been seen like this for 90 years. And what the paleoarchaeologists are telling us hasn't been seen for 2,000 years. What we couldn't have imagined is the ash falling steadily, and that we are literally breathing in the bodies of the beloved, the wild lives, guileless, that are literally coming forth out of the flames, into the flames. The other night, I just sat and watched. All I could do was watch as an act of bearing witness. And bearing witness is not a passive act, it's an act of conscience and consequence. And as the fire broke into our view shed and we could see the flames, I just kept staring. And as the smoke engulfed our valley, choked our valley, my vision blurred, and that darkness, the black, the red, and a yellow line running through the center took on the stance of a Rothko painting. The Art of Witness. The American Southwest will be hit as hard as any place on the planet. It's already a dry, arid landscape. Temperatures are already 2.5 degrees higher. And the population of 50 plus million in the next 50 years is projected at 90 plus million. There is no water. One of the town councilmen came to dinner last night, and in Moab, Utah, the county seat of Grand County, they're talking about mining water because we are now approaching, the aquifer is decreasing regarding with the use. We are taking more out of the aquifer than it is being able to refill. This is where we are in Castle Valley, Utah. And I come to you as a witness, as we are all witnesses, that we have a fire-breathing dragon breathing at our door.
So I guess, wow, Terry, that's very hard to actually say anything after all this. It's really a moment of grief and mourning, you know, for what's going on. And as I knew you would, you know, your words are so eloquently powerful, you know, to kind of convey to all of us things which I'm sure most of us are far away from right now, this reality. And because of that, we tend to feel comfortable because, you know, when you're physically distanced, most people don't really connect with what's truly happening in many, many parts of the world. So having you here, and there's this sense of almost dystopian, post-apocalyptic viewing you, because your image is kind of distorted and not quite coming through clear because of the limitations of the internet. So it's really almost like if you're almost not here because of all the difficulties that are happening, you know, and that's just very disturbing, honestly. And one of the things that I wanted to bring forth with this conference was precisely the notion that we tend to forget, which is the notion of our fragility and our deep dependency on the environment. And because, we historically, what we have done since the Industrial Revolution, we created the cities, which are essentially the anti-nature, right? I mean, we kind of pushed nature out and created these huge concrete structures in its place, as if that would protect us from the out there, right? But of course, that is, as you mentioned so clearly, it's a myth. You can't live that way. So I want you to tell us a little bit about your thoughts on this, all these connecting topics, like the notion of the fragility of our species that we don't see, the fact that we forget about our connection to the land, and then I want to talk about a couple of other issues that I think you could inform us so well about. But this one, since you're right there right now, it should be quite poignant as an experience.
Marcelo, I think the thing that has been the most disturbing in this, the fire's been burning now for 8 days, is that last night at 6:00 p.m. here in Castle Valley, it was 109 degrees. And that has been a steady state for this whole week. I think today it's 106. I've lived in Utah all of my life. I've never seen temperatures like this. We've lived in Castle Valley for 25 years. We've never had drought like this. We have bowls around the patio of water for birds. That's what scares me. Our water master, our mayor Doma, who has been watching the water, negotiating the water in this little valley of 200, 300 people for 43 years, saw what was happening. He saw the pressure, that suddenly these waves, the pressure was advancing. He saw the springs that were being depleted. He moved May 11th. Wow. And is now watching exactly what he predicted. And that was simply by every Saturday morning from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. watching water. Where has he moved? He's moved to New England, very close to where you are. But that has been as disconcerting. One of the most powerful aspects, I think, of being in the American Southwest right now is watching the leadership of Indigenous people. Mm-hmm. And I refer specifically to the women of Bears Ears. I think it was on April 25th, there was an op-ed piece that appeared in the New York Times written by the women of Bears Ears. And I want to share with you just one of their sentiments that moved me so much. They wrote, "Elders," and this is in the New York Times, "Elders tell us to speak of the land in present terms. Bears Ears is not something in the past." And I should say Bears Ears are two buttes in southeastern Utah, very near the Four Corners region. Now a national monument. It was established by Barack Obama in 2016. Less than a year later, President Trump gutted it by 85%, opening it up for oil and gas development. And just this week, Secretary Deb Haaland has strongly recommended that Bears Ears be restored as a national monument alongside the marine monuments, as well as Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument in Utah. So they said Bears Ears is not something of the past. We are Bears Ears. You are Bears Ears. We are rooted to the land, the medicines, the water, and brings all beings life. Just like the spiral pattern on our fingertips and at the top of our heads, we live life in a circular way of thinking, planning, and reflecting. We are taught to give back as a way to renew and sustain the spiritual energy, cycle to seasons, and the natural order of life. Here's the next sentence. This is what we call the rematriation of the earth, by which we mean nurturing the cycle of life, restoring our relationships with the land and our non-human relatives. The rematriation of these lands, such as Bears Ears, is a safeguard against the ecological and climate crisis. We know where the water is. We know where to find the plants and animals that are allowed and have allowed us to survive. We know how to place ourselves back into the land. Rematriation is regeneration. We are not a past people. We are resilient and resolved. We are here, and we are your future. To me, that is such a powerful declaration of where we are and what we need to be paying attention to. And that's been one of the real gifts and privileges, to be working with the Indigenous people in this area as a white conservationist, as an ally. And I think all of us, I can tell you in the state of Utah, as red as it is, whether it's red rock or red conservative, we are reassessing who we are, who we live among, and who we need to listen to.
Good. I'm so glad to hear that, because clearly this indigenous knowledge can't be forsaken like this, because that's the voice. They know in ways that we don't know. So to give them a voice, I'm so glad you read that passage. And this word rematriation is wonderful. It really is a wonderful word. Yeah.
And I'm thinking with each action, you talk a lot about how do we go from awareness and knowledge to action. I keep thinking, is this contributing to the rematriation of the land?
Right.
Is this
I hope
contributing?
we are. Yeah.
So I think they give us something to think about.
Yeah. So, Terry, there are a few questions here that coming from our viewers. The first one from Adam Frank. It's related to this. You mentioned 50 million people in the American West right now, and there'll be 90 million. So he's asking, do you really think the West will depopulate, perhaps? And have you read The Water Knife by Paolo Bacigalupi?
I have not read The Water Knife, but I will. Thank you for that, Adam. I don't see the West depopulating. In fact, I see the opposite. Especially during the pandemic, whatever rural open space has remained is now filling up. And it's not just in Utah, it's not here, it's just in Castle Valley, but in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming. You cannot even find a way into the national parks and state parks. They're so crowded. If you were to come to Moab right now, I would urge you not to, but it's a 2-hour wait, bumper to bumper, getting into Arches National Park, and the chances are it will be close to capacity by noon. Bears Ears is up by, it was such an unbelievable, it was almost like 300%, People are wanting to be out in open spaces where they can breathe, but we are loving it to death, and I don't see the West repopulating. However, our water master left, the pre-Puebloan people left, 1,500 years ago. We may be forced. We're certainly wondering what it's going to be like 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. If we continue on this pattern of drought, we will be forced to. And the thought of mining water, with people really talking about that in town council meetings and how to go about it, I find absolutely terrifying in the wake of fire.
Yeah, instead of gas pipelines, we're going to be needing water pipelines from desalinization plants into the West. It's
places like Tucson and Phoenix, and you think, really, 94 million people in an already, burdened landscape? So it's a great question. We may be forced to. I don't see it happening now.
Do you think one thing that worries me that you mentioned, you said there are all these people going to national parks now. Do you think that the people that are going to the national parks have a raised level of awareness of what's going on, or they're completely disconnected and they just go there because it's pretty and let's enjoy nature, for a weekend?
I think people are moved by our national parks, and I've spent a lot of time within them, and I make a point to talk to people. And I think people do appreciate them. I think that in many ways, this is people's only connection to the land, because so many of the people, are living in urban landscapes. What I've noticed is in the last 5 years in particular, maybe 10, the visitation of the parks are certainly up, but so is the diversity of visitors, whether it's Latino, Black, Native people who now are being given in many parks, and they should be in all parks, open entrance. I think about David Tryer's very provocative piece about giving the national parks back to Indigenous people. I think that's a great idea. It's why Bears Ears is so powerful, because at this point, it will be a cooperative venture between Native people and traditional knowledge blended with Western knowledge and science, working together. So I think our institutions are no longer working for us. I think we need to reimagine what that looks like. And in my mind, turning the national parks over to Indigenous sovereign rule, back to ancestral hands, I think it's a beautiful idea. But back to your question, I don't see them as just wandering, disconnected human beings with no place to go. I think they're coming because they are seeking that connection.
Yeah, but then, so I look at this as an enormous opportunity for transforming this interest and this connection into action. Meaning, these are the people that are already, in a sense, primed to understand the need for change, and the need for action. So I wonder, and I don't know much about what the parks can do or should be doing in order to enhance this awareness and say, look, this beauty is very fragile, and it really depends on you to kind of continue to be this way. And I don't see a lot of that. I mean, we were, for a couple of years ago, we visited a few national parks in the West, including Moab, and a lot of the presentations from the Park Service were about instructional, what to do in a lightning storm or what to do when you have a bear encounter, but not so much about the future of this place is in danger and we all need to do something about this as part of like a service, an educational service to the population. And I wonder if that,
I think one of the problems is the budget has been so cut that the educational arm of the national parks, the interpretation, the naturalists, the budget has been slayed. And I absolutely agree with you. Right now you go into the national parks and it's don't. And if you do, I went on one naturalist walk, and if you were standing on the trail in the beginning, you were on the ground at the end because he made it so dire. But the truth is, it goes back to your point, there are people that go up to pet a bison. They get too close to grizzlies and things happen. But I feel that one of the ways as citizens, you talk about action, we can, even with someone, like Mike Lee and Barrasso in Wyoming, say that we need to reinstate dignified budgets for dignified lands, so that people can remember their histories, natural histories, social histories, the different stories in all its diversity that our national parks and monuments convey. So that's one thing we can do. I also think we as citizens have to realize that there will be boundaries, there will be limitations. If the parking lot's full, there will be no more people allowed to hike, and that's something new. You now have to have a reservation to even drive up to Cadillac Mountain in Acadia National Park in Maine. Yeah. So I think it's the deeper problem of how do we behave? what does it mean to live in a time of climate crisis? What are the spiritual implications of climate change?
Mm-hmm.
How do we sacrifice? We don't like to think about what that means because it impinges on the American way of life. What are our obligations and responsibilities? Do we really need green lawns in a time of a drought? And also, how do we support one another? How do we build stronger communities and that enact local laws if our federal laws aren't coming forward? So I think we have to change everything and also become more literate to the other species that we are living among, that we are one species among many. And I also think it's important to think about we at a time when we're so divided in our country. Right. What binds us together rather than what tears us apart. And then we come to the esoteric word, love. Mm-hmm. I want to read you this piece from Barry Lopez, and he just passed away, as you know, in December, and barely survived, he and his wife Deborah, from the fire in the Blue River Valley, the Mackenzie River. And he wrote this. This is one of the last things he wrote before he died. Love in a time of terror, he wrote this. In this moment, is it still possible to face the gathering darkness and say to the physical earth and all its creatures, including ourselves, fiercely and without embarrassment, I love you, and to embrace fearlessly the burning world? And I think oftentimes in the academy, we don't dare to speak about the word love. I was told at a particular gathering at Harvard, we don't use the word love here at Harvard. And maybe that's our problem. Because I think grief is love. And if we are not allowing ourselves to grieve, if we do not feel the ash, the bodies that we are literally gathering in our skin, taking into our lungs, then who are we and who have we become?
Absolutely.
And I think about Larry Rasmussen, who is a theologian, and he said, can we love ourselves enough to change? Can we love the earth enough to change? And that's the question that keeps burning in me. Absolutely.
This segues really nicely to a question from our audience, which I think speaks to this, which is it possible to live as part of the land again? What is the way forward to becoming part of something that we have become so alienated from? So it's rediscovering this love, maybe?
And maybe that's what people are doing, going to the national parks.
Yeah.
Maybe I just feel like it's all local, and we have to know the names of who we live among. We've been having huge gatherings of pinyon jays circling, flying. A Scots oriole arrived that I haven't ever seen here before in 25 years that came, I'm sure, up from Phoenix and Tucson because of the heat there, over 120. Do we know the geology? Do we know we live in a salt dome, a collapsed salt dome, and that if we do not take care of our water, the salt is going to infiltrate, and that will become undrinkable, and we will have to mine water in this valley. I think it's really important to know where we are, who we live among, who are our neighbors, both human and wild, and to begin to develop an intimacy there. Because I believe if we have an intimacy about our home ground, then we will care about those creatures, and our acts will shift. I really believe that.
I'm a firm believer in the power of education. And our first conversation with Ayaan, we were talking about, is education a form of activism? And I really think it is. And perhaps one of the things that is missing in the curriculum, not just in this country, but in probably most countries in the world, is precisely this notion of our deep connection to the planet and to the earth and to the land, and how we need this, and how without this we can't survive. So that future generations are going to think differently than perhaps our generation does. I mean, we are not the rule, we are the exception. And one of the things that is always on my mind is, how do you translate this knowledge in a way that people that don't see it can actually begin to see it? That to me is the biggest challenge. I mean, the people that are watching us, the people we are talking to, the people that read you, that read Sue, these people in a sense already know the problem. And so how do you kind of expand the range of action, the range that this message has to percolate through society, through the world, and that to me is the biggest challenge that we have right now. And I only see education as a possible way out. And I wonder what you think about this.
I think education is the most important thing. It's why I'm a teacher. But I also think our community life matters, and our families matter. My family are largely deeply conservative Mormon Republicans. My uncle is right of the right. He served as a Minuteman on the border, and I don't even want to know what he did. And I love them deeply. And they know something isn't right. They love the land. They've made their living off the land,
right,
laying pipe for oil and gas. My father, was just saying 2 nights ago, the scale, the rapidity with which we are still pursuing fossil fuels is madness. This is a man who made his living from that, not from the oil and gas per se, but of digging the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
Half my family is dead because of nuclear testing. We know the scale of our destruction.
Mm-hmm.
That has been the story of our life in the nuclear West. And now we're seeing it again with the uranium mines, with the oil and gas, with fracking. These are not abstractions. I just spoke to a friend of mine who's Becky DeWay, who's a Cajun woman in Louisiana. And she said, Terry, I don't believe in climate change, but maybe I'm starting to think about it differently. They've never had so many hurricanes. So I think just by the sheer force of bearing witness to weather, weather used to be a superficial topic, no more. It is our survival. So I think we are also being educated by the land itself, that it's not so much then what can we learn about the land, but what is the land teaching us? So do we have the capacity to listen, to watch, to observe, again, to bear witness and change accordingly?
Yeah.
I want to say one last thing, Marcelo. In these fires, it's called the Pack Creek Fire. It burned Pack Creek Ranch, which is really one of, it's a beloved place to those of us who live in Utah, especially of a liberal bent. It's where Edward Abbey wrote Desert Solitude. I wrote a book called Refuge there. It was a safe place, as they say. That place is burned. Ken Slight, aka Seldom Seen Smith, in Abby's Monkey Ranch gang, his Quonset hut was burned to the ground, and it had all of his archives, all of his records, all of his letters. And they are now turning it into a community garden, even as it's smoldering. And he was saying, I've lost everything in terms of my human life. What am I going to do with this piece of land now? We will plant seeds for the future. And he again talked about the Monkey Ranch gang. We were talking about revolution. What does that mean? And I learned so much through my elders, like Ken Slight, like Ed Abbey, like Rachel Carson, Marty Murray. And the revolution is a spiritual revolution. And when Ed Abbey talked about the Monkey Ranch, to disrupt the machine, and my family were the beneficiaries of that, with many sugared motors and engines, what they were really saying was, pick up your monkey wrench, which is your gifts. Use your creativity in whatever way speaks to you. To me, that is the level of engagement. It's a metaphor, and it's one that I take seriously, whether it's purchasing oil and gas leases, whether it's protesting on line 3, whether it's teaching fourth graders about the natural history where they live, whether it's organizing a conference like this. I think each of us, in our own way, with the gifts that are ours, is also a form of not only the revolution, but evolution. And that is a fact.
Absolutely. I think that's a beautiful way to end, unfortunately, our conversation. I think it could go on forever. But what we have right now is, first of all, we have to thank the internet, whatever that is, for having sustained the violence of what's going on around you so that you could be with us uninterrupted, really, which is wonderful. And thank you so much, Terry, for being with us. I know it's been a difficult time for you right now. And I really appreciate your presence and your beauty inside and out. And it's really an honor. And we'll be in touch very soon.
And Marcelo, thank you for your commitment to deep conversation that spans the disciplines.
That's what we're here for. Thank you. Okay, folks. Thank you, Terry. Be well. Okay, folks. So now, according to our schedule, we have a 15-minute break. Okay. So we are going to reconvene in 15 minutes. So 2:45 Eastern Standard Time. You can adjust your watches for wherever you are. And our speaker after the break is going to be Adam Frank. He's going to be talking about the blind spot, in a sense, what's behind some of the situations that we're creating to ourselves. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in 15 minutes sharp, okay? We won't be late. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to part 2 of our conference. I hope you enjoyed the first 3 speakers. I was deeply moved, and it was quite a beautiful experience, really, to listen to them all. Now we change pace a little bit. We're going to have my dear friend and colleague and collaborator, Adam Frank. He's going to talk about Beyond the Blind Spot, Science, Culture, and a New Way Forward. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Adam. He is an astrophysicist, a stellar astrophysicist indeed. He studies the final stages of evolution of stars like the sun. So he likes to study things that go boom. And because they explode, they also process a lot of the heavy chemical elements that you and I and all of everything that exists is made of. So his computational research group at Rochester has developed advanced supercomputer tools for studying how stars form and how planets evolve. He's also very interested in life in the universe, so astrobiology, or also what we call astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You know, he's an evangelist of science. He's committed to showing others the beauty and power of science. He's written 4 books. The latest one is Light of the Stars, Alien Worlds, and the Fate of the World. Actually, 3 books, and The Fate of the Earth. He has written 2 other books, The Constant Fire, Beyond the Religion and Science Debate, and About Time, Cosmology and Culture at the Twilight of the Big Bang. So you can see that Adam is one person that embodies the spirit of the Institute, which is to bring together scientific and humanistic concerns so that we can move forward as a better species in a planet that can give us a chance to survive if we're smart enough. He is the co-founder with me, actually, of the blog 13.8 on Big Think, after we've had it for 7 years at NPR and then 2 more years at Orbiter. So we've been doing this for quite a while now, about 12 years. He is an on-air commentator for NPR, All Things Considered, and he's a contributor to the New York Times, NBC, Washington Post, and many other places. He also serves as a science consultant, being the coolest guy, obviously, of Marvel's Doctor Strange. So there you go. His work in public outreach was recently honored with the American Physical Society's 2020 Joseph A. Burton Forum Award. So that's extremely important. And his latest book has been considered by NPR a valuable perspective on the most important problem of our time, i.e. our survival. And he was awarded for that book the 2019 Phi Beta Kappa Award for Science. So I'm very, very happy to welcome my friend and collaborator, Adam, to talk about the blind spot. Hi, Adam.
Hey.
Okay, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So I guess the one thing is I'd like to switch over. Can you see my talk, the PowerPoint? Yes, there you go. Okay, so I'm going to close that. So now, hopefully now you only see the PowerPoint. So let me begin here. So first of all, thank you. It is such a pleasure to be part of this, and I just want to honor everything that happened with the Institute that you guys did with it, because I was lucky enough to be a fellow and just be part of a number of events that you did, and I've learned so much. And really, this was really exemplary about trying to bridge the gap between the different ways of knowing. So along those lines, this project actually came out of my time at ICE. And the title here is Beyond the Blind Spot, Science, Culture, and a Path Forward. And this is work that myself and Marcelo and also the philosopher Evan Thompson are doing. And it started off, there we go, as an article for Ayaan magazine, as we were sort of trying to put together a different way of thinking about science and culture. And now it's about to be a book. We're finishing up this summer a book which really has been so much fun writing, digging into. And the place to start on this is thinking about, what some people have called the long emergency and our project of civilization. And by civilization, I'm thinking about sort of what has come after the agrarian revolution, essentially, and the different transformations for good or ill that came from that. So the 21st century seems to have a lot of crises going on all at once. There is the environmental crisis climate change, and resource depletion, as we just so eloquently heard about in what's happening in the West and water. There are social and technological crises associated with artificial intelligence, as also we heard so eloquently earlier about the misuse of the artificial part of this artificial intelligence. And then obviously income inequality. And then there's the institutional. We have the decline of democratic norms across the world, but most recently here and ongoing in the United States. And my argument here, or our argument, is that the long emergency, part of it is a crisis of meaning whose source, particularly for the truly existential threats, where really it's the project of civilization that's kind of up for grabs. A lot of this source comes from a worldview, a paradigm, if you want, that is built from, but not identical to science. So this is something associated with science. And so this is one of the biggest points, is this worldview is often claims to speak for science, but actually it's really an add-on. And what is required now is for us to re-envision science and its role in human culture. And that's what this project is about. And in this many ways, what we're talking about here is the Enlightenment and its legacy. So, we, meaning those of us in the West, but also, obviously it's spread globally, inherit a vision of what is a good society from the Enlightenment. And key parts of this are an emphasis on science and reason. And certainly some of that inheritance was deeply worthwhile, right? Science as a means to public truth, a way to actually establish truths that we could all agree upon, a method. An emphasis on universal human rights. That was a great idea. But along with that, there's also parts of that legacy that were blindness and brutalism, and certainly didn't live up to the ideals that some in the Enlightenment were proposing. Much of the culture that came from it was inherently racist and sexist, building these hierarchies that allowed a privileged group to dominate. Part of that was economic exploitation in the form of colonialism and slavery. And then along with those lines, there was also a sort of, a vision of the world, really, where all life, the individual organisms, ecosystems, were just seen as a machine. It's just a machine that can be, used for whatever means, and never recognize the natural world as its own thing, as its own inherent value. And along with this, part of this was sort of these, what I will call reductionist logics of production. Part of the theme running through this is that this worldview that is associated with science, because of its power, spread through the rest of the culture we were building. And, the reason we have climate change, the reason we haven't done anything about climate change, was in part because of the way that worldview infected our political economy. So the idea here is that, science, during the Enlightenment, before the Enlightenment, during the age of science rose to become a power. It became a power as a method. It became a power as an institution or institutions. And it became a power as a means to generate economies. It was to increase productions. With the rise of science and its power, its cultural power, there was also a metaphysics or a worldview that arose that claimed to speak for it. And that worldview came to dominate the narratives of the culture when it came to thinking about the universe, when it came to thinking about life, the nature of self, and the nature of society. And what Marcelo and Evan and I are doing is we call this view, this worldview, associated with science, but not science itself, the blind spot. And much of this talk is to sort of unpack what this blind spot was, identify the problems it caused, and at least point to ways in which now is the time we need to go beyond it to deal with the various crises. So this metaphor, what do we mean by the metaphor of the blind spot? Well, what we mean is at the heart of science lies something which we do not see, which makes science possible. This is just like the optic nerve. And that thing that we cannot see, or that is difficult for science to see, is direct experience, right? And direct experience is a weird thing to talk about because, clearly you're going to be like, well, what do you mean direct experience? But that's really the problem. It is so close to us that it is often the most difficult thing to see. So direct experience, there's other words for it, lived experience, Presence is a good word. The sheer presence. Every morning you wake up and there you are, right? And it doesn't go away until you die and then whatever. Another word is being, the verb to be. And then finally, the life world. It's the totality of embodied, lived experience. And so we want to show in this talk, I want to show how that it's been difficult for science to see this and deal with it, or particularly the blind spot view of what science does to see this. And it's caused enormous damages, both within science, we would argue, and then also because of the way science affects culture. So where did the blind spot come from as a philosophy or a metaphysics? I think it's very much tied to the fact that science grew out of the Abrahamic and Greek philosophical traditions, particularly as we're going to see that much of a key aspect of the blind spot is the idea that science gives us access to a privileged, objective view of the universe that is absolutely independent of anything human. And this certainly makes sense within the Abrahamic tradition because that's what God was. God was the perfect viewer, the objective frame from which to view the world. And if science had originated, or the form of science we had originated perhaps from the classical India or Asian cultures, that might not have occurred because those were not fundamentally monotheistic cultures. But the real origin of the blind spot is the triumph of classical physics in the 16, 17, and 1800s. And I like to call this the empire of dynamical equations, because what happened with classical physics is through people like Newton and Lagrange and Hamilton, we found an exquisite way of describing matter and motion. We had these equations, these powerful abstract equations that could describe matter and motion with such acuity that we were able, one problem after another toppled, from how to build a bridge to how to describe the motions of the planets. And the thing to understand about the classical physics is it was from Newton's equations onward, it was a rise of abstraction. The dynamical equations, meaning the equations we had for describing particles and their motions, became ever more abstract. From Newton's equations then to Lagrange's equations in the late 1700s, early 1800s, and then Hamilton's equations in the middle of the 1800s. This system became ever more abstract, highly mathematical, beautiful to comprehend. I mean, just the sheer eloquence of it mathematically was a triumph. It was an absolute triumph of science. And it was sort of based on viewing that considering it, that this metaphysics that would come to dominate much of science, whether you were thinking about species or economics even, came to hold. And it's important to understand that this view looked at the world, any system, as having a state, which for classical physics would be the position of a particle and its momentum. And it's going to be important when we talk to quantum mechanics. And these dynamical equations allowed you to then predict the state into the infinite future. As long as you had a powerful enough computer, if you knew the initial state of the system, you could predict it forever. Okay, so that's where it rose out of. What were the characteristics? What are the characteristics of this constellation of ideas that we're going to call the blind spot? Well, there's a few that we want to go through. Experience is an epiphenomena, hard or strong reductionism, an emphasis on objective ontologies, an emphasis on materialism or physicalism, and the reification of mathematical laws. Let me go through each one. So this is really the core here, is experience is an epiphenomena. So the idea from the blind spot is that there's really nothing unique or special about our experience. It's nothing but neural computations in the brain. So the brain is just a meat computer, and all that's happening is there's signals coming in and they're processed, and that's really all experience is. The sense of presence or of being that is so rooted, is so essential to being connected to the world. It's just an epiphenomena of those computations. And so there's nothing in and of itself going on with experience that's any more than the sum of these computations. So that's a real critical part of what we call the blind spot. But along with this is what we would call hard or strong reductionism. And that is all truths, anything that's truly true has to be reduced down to the truths about fundamental entities like subatomic particles and their relationships, which are forces. So this gets codified in this sort of joke physicists like to tell. Sociologists defer to psychologists, psychologists defer to neurologists, chemists defer to physicists, physicists defer to mathematicians, and mathematicians only defer to God. So I'm sure mathematicians like this too. But really what this is saying is that there are no fundamental truths that can come from art or music or dance or poetry or spiritual endeavor, because those can't be fundamental. They just all ultimately reduce to, well, first your neurons, the meat computer in your head, and then the neurons just reduce to what's happening with atoms. And of course, this is a dead world, right? This is a world that would not be able to recognize life itself. What are those basal structures or those fundamental entities? They're the subatomic particles, either the ones we know about in the standard models or the ones we might hypothesize for a theory of everything, where we were able to embrace both gravity and matter in what would be called quantum gravity. And these particles are moving around in a space-time, which also needs to be included as fundamental. Okay, another part of this is what we could call objective ontologies. The idea of the blind spot is that science is going to give you perfect access to a perfectly objective reality that is independent of anything human. Science offers a circumspective God's eye view. This is why I kind of see it connecting to the Abrahamic tradition of this independent reality. And anything, the objects, quote unquote, that are found in science are real in and of themselves, and they have essential properties that are also independent of any interaction or observation. So the point then of science is to give us the furniture in God's living room. And, if you don't believe me about this, check out the title of this book. I love this book. I think Marcelo has an article in here. I just love the title, right? Science and Ultimate Reality, reality. You always have to use the echo box when you use that. But you can see, right? This is the reason I bought this book, was I was like, wow, I'm going to study science. I'm going to learn about ultimate reality. And it's this idea that science gives you an access to ultimate reality, as opposed to, the ultimate reality may be experience itself. You started with ultimate reality. But, the idea is that from the blind spot view is that the reality we experience is actually some kind of illusion. And the true ultimate reality comes from the reduction to those fundamental entities exist. And science gives us perfect access to it. Then comes materialism and physicalism, which is the idea that all that exists, all that is real, is composed of matter and fields described by physics, and one can, in principle, make a list of everything physical in the universe, and that will exhaust reality. Now, I want to emphasize that for Marcelo and Evan and I, it's not that we're going to take the opposite of materialism and physicalism, which would be idealism that says, oh, there's only mind out there. What we're really actually going to point to is the fact that this whole split between the physical and the mental and having to choose between them is in fact already a consequence of the blind spot, of mistakes the blind spot made in the way it encountered the world, and the fact that it devalued experience the way that it did, as we shall see. And then finally, the reification of mathematical laws, that mathematical physics, in some sense, for the blind spot, constitutes a kind of skeleton on which the flesh of the world or reality, the flesh of reality, is hung. And what this really means, it's very much Plato's doctrine of ideal forms, that mathematical relationships express a higher or more ideal reality. So here's the little image of the parable of the cave, the prisoner's dilemma, and the problem here, well, actually, you can see this as I was talking about from classical physics. This came from seeing these incredible abstractions like the Hamiltonian formulation of classical mechanics be so useful, be so efficacious that, of course, if you were, inclined towards Greek philosophy, you would see in Plato's philosophy that, yes, there were actually these mathematical forms that were more real than actually what we experience. That comes through experience. So what I want to point to now, having gone through sort of the characteristics of the blind spot worldview, is to point out that is what has happened, over the last 100 years. Really, is that what we've seen is a kind of a crisis of meaning arise, because science especially from a blind spot view, appears to make human life insignificant. The narratives of cosmology and evolution tell us we're just a tiny contingent accident in a vast and indifferent universe. But now, over the last 100 years or so, science also demonstrates that we really are going to have a hard time if we try to step outside our human situation to get a God's eye view of reality. And we're going to see that now as we look at places like quantum mechanics, cosmology, cognitive science, that actually you end up with a bunch of paradoxes that you have to do some kind of mental gymnastics if you follow the blind spot logic down when you confront some of the results of science now. So let's look at a few of these. So first we can deal with cosmology. So, one of the great efforts of a kind of blind spot view of science is to find the theory of everything, the theory that will give you the fundamental actors and the fundamental relationships between those actors, and that is it. From there on in you'll have a set of equations and the book is closed. You will have described everything out there. And so that has been a hope for a long time, and it has been thwarted time and time again. And so ideas like supersymmetry that people were very hopeful for, with good reason, absolutely did not play out. And here is this Scientific American article called "A Crisis in Physics," because this idea, this path towards a theory of everything really has been blunted. And then, of course, quantum gravity, which is the ultimate theory of everything, we still are deeply, deeply blunted in that, even though there's been decades upon decades of work on this. And for some of these efforts, some of the things that were most popular and gained the most popular attention in a very blind spotty way, actually were full of fictions, things that had to be called fictions. For example, string theory, which there was, countless books and other multimedia done around, depended for its work on extra dimensions, which were unseen. They had to posit the fact that there were this whole levels of reality that were unobservable or potentially unobservable for it to work. For inflationary cosmology, at least the current version we have, is plagued by the idea of a multiverse, that there are, in order for this to work, you have to have a infinite number of other universes that are also potentially unobservable, which is a weird thing. If you want to say, look, I want to explain this universe, but the only way I can do it is to posit an infinite number of unobservable universes, as people rightly question, is this even science anymore? And this is this paper here, The Scientific Method, Defend the Integrity of Physics by George Ellis and Joe Silk, that was really pushing back on these. So, the view of cosmology that you could somehow describe it, you could free cosmology from any questions about the observer, in a dream of at least getting this theory, this perfectly objective theory of everything, certainly has run into both difficulties and some knots that perhaps could be untied if we began to reconsider our starting point. What I'm saying here is that the metaphysical foundations of some of these approaches have sort of run out of steam. Now, of course, there's quantum mechanics, right? There's no way to talk about this without talking about quantum mechanics. I pointed out that classical physics, classical mechanics, was where the blind spot was born. And one might argue that quantum mechanics was where it died, because we've had quantum mechanics for 100 years now. And after 100 years, we know exactly how to apply the calculus of quantum mechanics to make quantum toasters or computers, but we still don't know what it means. And there's many weirdnesses associated with quantum mechanics, but the biggest one is the measurement problem. So remember, I talked about the classical state in physics. The classical physics state was a position momentum. In quantum mechanics, you don't get that. You get something called the wave function, or phi. And there's also a dynamical equation that holds, and I've written it here, it's Schrodinger's equation. But unlike classical physics, this equation, which totally describes how the state function describing your physical system behaves, it totally works until a measurement is made. And then the equation, it gets a pink slip, it's fired, and then the measurement process itself, in some way that people really don't understand, produces the answer, or yields, one answer out of the 50 or so answers that the dynamical equation was giving you. And this doesn't happen anywhere else. So this whole idea of reifying the math, well, these mathematical equations are supposed to exist in and of themselves. And yet here we have this place where this beautiful, perfect equation just suddenly arbitrarily stops working because a measurement was made. So, that sort of, and it's ironic, of all the places that quantum mechanics would really, really screw up relative to classical physics, it would be a measurement. It would be a place where, at least seemingly, the measurer steps in. But of course, it's not clear what a measurement is. And we now end up with these quantum interpretation wars. So we don't know what quantum mechanics means. We don't know how to interpret it. So we now end up with 100 years of different interpretations, some of which are trying to, sort of fit back into the blind spot metaphysics. And some are willing to venture out of it. So there's what are called ontological versus epistemological interpretations. I list some here. We've got leading with the ontological interpretations lead with the many worlds. The epistemological interpretations lead with the Copenhagen interpretation, or the one I like a bit that I spelled wrong here, was quantum Bayesianism or cubism, and then Carlo Rovelli's relational interpretation sits in the middle here. And the thing is, what we have to understand is all of these, even the people who want the blind spot kind of view to be restored, nobody gets away for free. There is always a price to be paid in quantum mechanics. You're never going to get that perfect classical world back. That's why I have this little Ghostbusters sign here. So, for example, the many worlds interpretation, which wants to have this beautiful, objective view of the universe. Yeah, well, what you end up with there is every time a measurement is made, the universe splits off into parallel copies of itself. So in that view, there's like an infinite number of, again, unobservable parallel universes. That's the price you pay for not wanting to perhaps take an epistemological view of quantum mechanics. But of course, the epistemological views have their own questions. So what my point here is that there is always a price to be paid. So that is the crisis. The blind spot science has a crisis when it comes to quantum mechanics. Now, cognitive science is another place we end up with crises. And the problem here is within cognitive science, one of the dominant ways of thinking about it is the computational model, that basically, again, meat computer, your brain is just a big meat computer and it's computing signals. And that's what cognition and knowing are all about. But the problem with this is that meaning, the problem is meaning. Meaning, semantics lies over and above computation. So computation is only cognitively effective with a background of relevance. You already have to sort of be there. You already have to have experience. You already have to be present in order to even begin the question of what to compute. So you have to have some kind of common sense embodied know-how for any of these computations to make sense, or else you don't know what to pay attention to and what to ignore. So this is a question of relevance. Computation can't give you relevance. So the computational model of cognition presupposes the life world. You already have to throw yourself into this rich, meaningful, embodied life world in order for any of this to make sense. And this speaks exactly to the failures of general AI, general artificial intelligence that was so eloquently talked about before. And these similar issues also show up if we want to talk about consciousness, not just cognition. So let's just dwell a little bit more. The earlier talk about was so good about artificial intelligence and all of its problems. So I don't really need to go much into this. Just to point out that machine learning, right, which is, as we talked about, is this very, very specific kind of task that we set to these. That when a machine learning does facial recognition, it's not recognizing faces. Right? It's just, it's just a computation in some, hyperdimensional statistical space that it's pulling out statistical regularities. It doesn't know anything about faces. And that's one of the reasons why these systems are so brittle. What was hoped for in the great Dartmouth conference of 1956, I think it was, when the term artificial intelligence was coined, what they were hoping was a general intelligence like we have, where we're flexible, new situations we know how to deal with. We're not even close to that. And not only we're not even close to that, we have the wrong, because of the blind spot, we have the wrong view of what that would even mean. And I do want to point out, again, this idea of this is a place where the blind spot has a real cost for society to pay. And it was at Dartmouth that I saw a talk by a CEO of an emotional computing company. It was called Affectiva. I don't think it exists anymore. But it scared the pants off me, because the CEO was talking about how great this is going to be. It's going to be the computer, your camera's going to be able to recognize your facial position. That's going to correlate with emotions. And then, we're going to be able to sell ads with that. Or your grandma is going to have an emotional robot who can talk to her. And, of course, this completely sidesteps the question of why are old people alone? What kind of society did we build where we warehouse old people, right? I mean, so the danger here is that a blind spot application of this technology, which is unconscious, it's a crappy version of artificial intelligence, but because we can't build the real thing, we end up limiting our own lives. We end up limiting our consciousness because that's what works better for these technologies. It's as if, in order to build a driverless car, the perfect road system for a driverless car would be something that was all straight lines and right angles. So let's plow every city and build only cities that have right angles and straight lines, right? You end up making the world less human, less rich, less alive, because you've got these technologies that don't live up to what you wanted them to do. And again, but the blind spot's like, it's okay. There's nothing to experience anyway. All right. So now I want to talk a little bit about the philosophies that have responded to the blind spot, because they've been around, the recognition and response to the blind spot. And these philosophies have been around for a while. And the first one we want to talk about is phenomenology, particularly Edmund Husserl. So this is, the turn of the 20th century. And Husserl was a mathematician and a philosopher. And, he was very sensitive to the way abstractions get deployed in the science. That's a good word, how they are deployed, like how they are brought out and used. And he came up with the idea of the surreptitious substitution, that the universe of mathematical physics, the stuff from classical physics, gets promoted to the status of an objective reality, while the perceptual world that we actually live in gets demoted to the status of mere subjective appearance or even an illusion. And what he said was what you're going to do then is you're going to take for true being what is actually a method, right? It was the substitution of these abstractions and the hermetically sealed metaphysics around these abstractions, including reductionism. And you're going to say, well, that's really what's real. And your experience, that's just, the beautiful red of that sunset that you responded to, that's just an illusion. And he wrote a book in 1936, as the Nazis are rising, talking about the crisis of European sciences, where actually he pointed to the social cost of this. And of course, he was very right in many ways about that. And the crisis he was talking about is very much the crisis we're dealing with now, with the what's happening with our democratic institutions being overwhelmed by the inability to discern what's true and what's false. Now, the second philosopher we want to talk about is Alfred North Whitehead, also a mathematician and a philosopher, but in this case, he was one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. So this was a human being who knew a lot about abstractions. And what Whitehead was arguing against was what he called the bifurcation of nature. And it was the conceptual split between physical nature and direct experience, right? And he said the bifurcation happens whenever we divide nature into two systems of reality, the mental and interior and the external. And he was absolutely against this. And so, for him, this was where the mind-body split that people have been doing mental yoga to overcome, for the last 400 years originated from. And it was a fundamental mistake. And as he would say, the red of a sunset is as much part of nature, and fundamentally part of nature, as the molecules and light waves by which scientists use to explain it. So the idea here is, look, molecules and light waves are not more real than the red. You can't reduce the red, the experienced red, to just the an epiphenomena of the molecules and the wavelengths. And he called this emphasis on the objects of science the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. It was an accidental error, as we're going to see what we mean by accidental, of mistaking the abstract for the concrete. The concrete is where you always start. The abstract has powerful things about it that touch on reality. They may have a kind of reality in them, but the concrete is where you start. It's where you start, and it's in some sense where you have to end. So also along this, there have been people who have sort of really examined this idea of the objective frame. I call this the ontological mania. We physicists love our ontology. We love our furniture, God's furniture. And so this objective frame that we've talked about, as Thomas Nagel pointed out, was a view from nowhere. It is, what we're doing is we're kind of imagining this non-existent possibility when we imagine like, oh yes, I'm looking at the world from the God's eye view. I'm looking at the world from the objective frame, because it is a time without duration and it is a space without location. And that means that the objective frame is fundamentally unexperienced and unexperienceable. And we can understand sort of now how these philosophical views can get put together to understand how science works by the parable of temperature. Which, what we can do is we can, what happens with science is that, and the world it's created, is that we daily translate temperature reports in degrees Fahrenheit or degrees Celsius into expectations of how warm or how cold we're going to feel. So, if they tell us that it's going to be 0 degrees centigrade, we're like, oh, it's going to be cold, I better put on a coat. So in some sense, we come to think that degrees centigrade temperature is more real than our experiences. Like, there's degrees centigrade floating out there in the objective world. And that's really what, temperature is about, what hot and cold are about. But with this actually flips what really happens. To distill temperature from bodily sensations of hot and cold, there was a huge and very difficult scientific effort that lasted centuries. And it was a step-by-step process of isolating those parts of hot and cold that we could, sort of agree upon by developing instruments like thermometers. So the process here was we first had to develop thermometry. How do we make something that is going to respond to temperature uniformly so we can define where in that uniform scale freezing and boiling points occur. And then we recognize like, oops, if I do this on top of a mountain and I do this at the bottom of at sea level, I actually get different values for where the boiling point and freezing point is. And then from there, we're able to take another step upward and think about formulating an abstract theory of thermodynamics. And each one of these things is a higher and higher level of abstraction, whereby we are identifying what Michel Bitbol calls the structural invariance of this lived experience. We have to pull them out. We have to take the flux of experience and sort of identify together. It's a joint effort. Which parts are invariant, and then we can build these abstractions out of it, and the abstractions get higher and higher. And we build in what Robert Crease calls the workshop. We have places where we isolate this stuff and we build equipment and machinery around it. That machinery then gets deployed into the world, which then, we build culture out of. And so it's this way that we sort of lose track of the fact that it's this direct experience of hot and cold that is really real, that is truly real, and temperature is just an abstraction. So what this speaks to is the fact that, even Stephen Hawking, who is a pretty blind spot kind of guy, recognized that, when you had all these beautiful equations that, are at the heart of the sort of blind spot view of the objective reality, you still have to ask what breathes fire into the equations. And the answer actually was right in front of all of our noses. It's direct experience. It's direct experience, which is irreducible. It's direct experience, which cannot be broken up, So it's not atoms, it's experience, which is really foundational. And that's messy. That's more messy than the hermetically sealed view of a pure reductionist, physicalist view of the world. But it's actually the right story. It's actually much more the right story than the blind spot story. So I just want to spend the last 5 minutes or so going beyond the blind spot, looking at where we might go from to escape the blind spot and all of the weight it has put on the society we built. And to do that, I'm going to point to Earth system science and the way that we look at the Earth that has developed over the last 100 years. And that really is, we point to Vladimir Vernadsky, who first came up with the idea of the biosphere. He was a geophysicist, geochemist, who recognized that, you couldn't talk about the Earth and its history, at least the outer layers, without thinking about life. That life and the rest of the planet were closely tied to each other. And that's where the idea of that Lovelock and Marcellus would then build their idea of Gaia. And, of course, Gaia was this idea that the planet has to be seen in some sense as, a larger, not an organism. They would never have called it an organism, but they would have called it a system, a self-regulating system. Now, of course, Gaia was a very contentious, and it's not even clear that the idea that, the Earth can regulate itself to keep life going is true, but the ideas of this complexity, this interconnectedness, became absolutely essential. What Gaia, some people dropped the name Gaia because it was contentious, and the ideas became coupled Earth system studies. And the idea here is that we got the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the cryosphere, which is all the ice, the lithosphere, which is the upper layers of the planet, and then the biosphere. And these are just so tightly connected, you can't think of them as being separate. You can't isolate just one. And they have been co-evolving for 4 billion years. And the importance of this was that, first of all, without it, we never would have recognized the trouble we're in with the Anthropocene, right? So the recognition of the Anthropocene, that human activity is now the fundamental driver of these coupled Earth systems, only came about because we really sort of knew what to look for. I mean, now it's becoming obvious, with the heat waves that were so beautifully described, and the water issues that were so beautifully described before. But we wouldn't have recognized it if we didn't have this science, this way of looking at the Earth. And it's important also to note that this Anthropocene era with climate change, that's marked by climate change and resource depletion, that it's really the cause is the success of a society that relies on science and its worldview, and the inability to recognize and do anything about climate change, even though we've known about it. Going back as far, the first presidential address to mention climate change was 1964. So the reason why we haven't done anything is because, I would argue, it's because we're dominated by kind of a blind spot way of looking at the world. All right, so there's two important things to note that kind of are kinds of new sciences that are emerging that are going to have a different metaphysics with them that may help us in developing a different kind of way of looking at science and society. And one is network theory, which always looks at what's not important or fundamental entities, it's the relationship between fundamental entities. So for like the Earth systems, there's the geosphere, the biosphere, and then what we might call the technosphere. And they are all, each one is a network of players. And it's the topology of the whole that matters. And each one of those networks is connected to other networks. So it's kind of layered networks. So I won't go into this anymore. And then another important idea that is emerging out of the science of the last 100 years, and Earth science embodies, is what's called complex systems theory, which is the recognition that you may have low-level actors, but it's the interaction between those low-level actors, molecules and atoms making proteins, proteins making proteins making the activity of a cell, a cellular metabolism, cells making organs, organs making an organism, organisms making communities and ecosystems, that we're finally able to start dealing with complexity and the nature of complexity. And one of the things, and that complexity theory really breaks the kind of reductionist view of the world, because there can be both upward and downward causation in a complex system, meaning that once the system emerges, it can make the lower levels behave in ways that you wouldn't have imagined those lower levels to behave in if you didn't have the full view. So taken together, what we see emerging out of emerging is a new paradigm for science's encounter with the world and with culture. And using Earth system science as an example with network theory and complex systems, is that this new worldview will focus on interdisciplinarity rather than domain policing, right? Because the old view was like, this is physics, that's biology, no, you can't come over here and play with us. Embodiment over abstract ontologies, the recognition that, there are certain things you have to be there to see, or else you never would have recognized they could exist. You have to be embodied in the world of nature. We are not separate from the world. We are not some kind of special privileged organism. We are deeply embedded with it. And that embodiment is really the only way to understand things. Its focus is also on holisms and relations over fundamental entities and properties. And it also recognizes emergence and reduction. And I'm not doing emergence versus reductionism here, because, what you recognize from this is that, sometimes it makes sense to reduce things to their smaller parts. But that's just a method. Sometimes that totally doesn't work. And sometimes you want to focus on the rules and properties of those higher layers. So we're not privileging reductionism and saying like, yeah, really the only truth that exists are the truths from those fundamental layers. We're recognizing that sometimes you focus on those and sometimes you focus on the higher layers, and they each have their kind of equal claim to truth. And I'll sort of, in my last couple minutes here, I want to focus or end with a conjecture on political economy. I am not an economist or a political scientist, but I've been trying to, my suspicion, and this comes, I've been doing some deep dives into the literature on science and capitalism, for example, a history. These are histories that the economic, industrial, and production systems that were created in the wake of the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment really carry the imprint of the blind spot worldview. So both capitalism and socialism, with how they view life, the living world, how they view the relationship between resources and the living world, were pretty much the same. There's really not a fundamental difference between them. And you see this certainly in socialism, because materialism was like essential to how Marx was thinking. And so the idea here is, look, if you want something different, you really are going to have to imagine a very different kind of political economy. So, as I like to say, a post-blind spot political economy, in that, if your theory of economics doesn't have the word planetary in it, you kind of missed the point, okay? Because that's the recognition that there is this, this global coupled systems, and you can't just separate one piece out like the economy and think that it's not going to spill over into the biosphere, the atmosphere, etc. So is there a way forward? Yes. Am I hopeful? Yes, because what's the alternative? But I really am hopeful. I think we are poised to take the next step beyond the Enlightenment. It's time for our own version of an enlightenment. And we're not even going to use that word anymore. It's time to go beyond it, because, it's going to mean something more than what the creators of the Enlightenment meant. And what it's going to do, well, part of it will be to embrace the incredible power of science as a dialogue between us and nature, not us controlling nature or vexing nature or, using nature for our own ends, but a dialogue with nature and the world. Because what we recognize is that science is a self-correcting narrative that is grounded in the irreducibility of experience. It is not a view to a perfect objective reality that, we and God can share looking at. And also this means, embracing all the different cultures that are and histories that make up humanity, embracing the full range of human cultural histories and perspectives, because there's a lot of wisdom out there, right? This is about knowledge more than wisdom, wisdom more than knowledge, that, the blind spot view of truth just is blind to. So, I will end there with this quote by the great poet Muriel Rukeyser. And I've been saying this quote, or repeating this quote my whole life. The universe is made of stories, not atoms. And the importance of this is who's the storyteller? We are, okay? So I'll end there, and I thank you very much for your time and patience.
Hey, fabulous. Thanks, Adam, very much. That was a tour de force, indeed, which means we have pretty much zero time for questions. We have 1 minute. So since at the very end, you talked about different cultures, there is one question that fits very much with that. So let's go with that one. And I know you love to talk about it. So given the Western origins of the blind spot, are there non-Western locales where science is conducted differently with smaller or different blind spots, like different ways of thinking?
Well, I think, every version of human, it's hard to find a human culture that was associated with the, what came after the agrarian revolution. There's been a lot of empires, which have all been pretty resource extractive. It's really only been smaller, the smaller cultures that could kind of hide from the empires that had, I think, better relationships with the environment. But, human beings have also been pretty bad to the environment overall. Like, where are the mastodons? So I think there are definitely examples of cultures that recognized their dependence on biology, on the living world, much better than we do. But science right now, the science globally is still very much in the thrall of the blind spot. And the trick for all of us across the world, now that science is a global activity practiced by cultures across the globe, is for us to see what can we build now by bringing all those cultures together and being intentional about what we think about the metaphysics. Because the blind spot, there was nothing evil behind it. It's just, it grew, it grew with science. And it's only now that we can recognize, wait a minute, that doesn't speak for science. There's other ways to think about it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And I think that our next speaker is going to give us a great education on what kind of hotspot we're in right now. So Adam, thank you so much, and stay tuned. And okay, I have to go on and invite my next speaker. All right, so our next speaker is Bill McKibben. Bill McKibben is an author, he's an environmentalist, he's an educator, he is an activist on questions related to the environment. You know, he's the founder and he's the senior advisor emeritus of 350.org, which, if you don't know what it is, I hope he'll mention it. His 1989 book, The End of Nature, is regarded as the first book for a general audience about climate change and has appeared in 24 languages. So Bill has been a voice for awareness about what's going on with the environment, what we're doing to it for a very long time. And he has to be applauded for that. He's written many other books. He's obviously now, if you follow the New Yorker, he's always there with his column on environmentalism, and also Rolling Stone as well. He is the Schumann Distinguished Scholar in Environmental Studies at Middlebury College, and he is a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences as well. And I have to say, he also has won the Gandhi Peace Prize, as well as honorary degrees from 19 colleges and universities. So he is a major outspoken person against big oil pipeline projects and also about the fossil fuel divestment campaign, which has been a tremendous force in changing the mindset of our modern society. But as I'm sure he's going to tell us, there's much more work to do. So the title of his talk is What Kind of Hot Water Have We Gotten Ourselves Into, and How Do We Get Out? Bill, welcome, and please let us know, how do we get out?
What a pleasure to be with you. I got to say, I've kind of enjoyed the one benefit of the pandemic has been that we've been able to stay at home instead of going off to conferences. But I got to tell you, this is one that I wish very much was in person, because the list of people, so many old and dear friends and just some of the greatest minds in the whole country, to get to listen to Sue Halpern and Terry Tempest Williams and Betsy Colbert and Kim Stanley Robinson and on and on and on and on is really something. So you're much to be applauded, and it really is the right way to think about these questions, to try and give some roundedness and depth to them.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to take the occasion to just talk about where we find ourselves right now with climate change. It's the biggest problem that humans have ever faced, and one that we will solve or not solve in the next few years. So I'm going to give you just, I know everybody kind of knows about it and thinks about it and worries about it, but it's useful once in a while just to back up and say, where are we? What do we know? As you said, I wrote the first book about all this for a general audience way back in 1989. So 32 years ago. And truthfully, we knew most of what we needed to know about climate change back then. It's not, at a certain level, all that complicated. If you burn things, coal, gas, oil, wood, you put an inevitable byproduct of that combustion is carbon dioxide. And when you put carbon dioxide up in the atmosphere, its molecular structure traps heat that would otherwise radiate back out to space. This is not controversial science, and it hasn't been for decades. And so the only thing we didn't know 30 years ago was precisely how fast and how hard this was going to pinch. And the sad truth is, it's pinched even harder and faster than we might have estimated. I'm going to give you just a very few numbers in the course of this, and they're going to be simple. The first one is 1 degree Celsius. That's about how much we've raised the temperature of the planet so far. So 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Doesn't sound like a great deal. If it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit when you walk out for lunch and 62 when you come back afterwards, your body can't tell the difference. But the planet can tell the difference, aggregated over the scale of the Earth. So let's use different units just to kind of get that across. the amount of heat that we trap each day in the atmosphere because of the amount of extra heat because of the coal and gas and oil that we've burned, that's the heat equivalent each day of about 400,000 Hiroshima-sized explosions. And once you think about it in those units, you begin to understand how it's possible to have wreaked the changes that we have already accomplished on this planet. For instance, we've melted more than half of the sea ice in the summer Arctic. So what that means is that those pictures that came back in my youth from outer space, from the Apollo missions in the late 1960s, the first pictures of what the whole world looked like all at once, those pictures are as out of date as my high school yearbook picture is. The world doesn't look like that anymore. There's a lot less white up top than there used to be. In fact, I guess it's kind of the reverse of what happened with my high school yearbook picture. Once you and what happens in the Arctic is a perfect example of how these things cascade, how these changes work. Once you've removed that nice white mirror that reflects a lot of incoming solar radiation back out to space, you replace it with blue seawater that absorbs most of that sunlight and just amp up the whole reaction. Or as you melt, say, Greenland and pour a lot of fresh water into the North Atlantic, the great ocean currents run on the differences in density. And as you get all that fresh water with a very different density pouring in, it's starting to slow down those great Atlantic currents, the Gulf Stream, which is 100 times the size of the Amazon River, and seems already to have had its flow depleted by about 15%. So we're messing around with things at a very, very large and fundamental level now, even early on, even at the 1 degree mark. And of course, we now can see those changes in our daily lives in a way that was hard to see 30 years ago. They've started to reflect themselves in actual real world events that should terrify us all. 2020, had it not been the year of the coronavirus, would have been remembered as the year of the conflagration, because we had entirely unprecedented fires in Australia, in Siberia, some of which, by the way, burned all the way through last winter underneath feet of snow because they'd gotten into the peat soils and just kept going. On the west coast of the United States, where we saw fires like we've never seen before, and where vast tens of millions of people were subjected to staying in their homes under government order to avoid breathing dangerous levels of smoke. And then in the autumn, we saw those fires in South America, in the Pantanal, the biggest wetland on Earth, something like a quarter of which burned in the course of last year. Those fires happened because warm air holds more water vapor than cold. You get more evaporation and hence more drought and hence more danger of fire. And by that same rule, once you get that water vapor up in the atmosphere, it's going to come down. So we also see this rapid and scary increase in the level of big storms, dropping lots and lots of rain. The biggest rainstorm in American history was 3 years ago now in Houston, when Hurricane Harvey dropped 5 feet of rain on parts of Houston. That's the kind of rainfall you can only get in a globally warmed world, because warm air holds more water vapor. We really saw this play out last autumn when we had the most active hurricane season in Atlantic history. And as it played out, we were reminded not just of the scientific danger of what we're doing, but of the moral danger. The iron rule of climate change is the less you did to cause it, the sooner and the harder you get hit. And we really got a sense of that last November when the last 2 hurricanes of the year, by then we've run out of letters, so we were under the Greek alphabet. So the last 2 of the year were Eta and Iota. And they didn't crash into America, they crashed into Central America. In fact, they hit the same point on the coast of Nicaragua, about 10 miles apart, about 10 days apart. And then they expended much of their fury over Honduras, Guatemala, and the damage was incredible. We think that the initial estimates, anyway, of the hit to Honduras were that it did damage equivalent to 40% of the GDP. The biggest storm ever to hit the U.S., Katrina, in 2005, did damage equivalent to about 1% of our GDP, just to give you a reference. And the stories that people were sending back were just brutal. I talked with a wonderful woman who was covering it for the Washington Post, and in one of her stories, she described finding under an underpass, sheltered from the endless rain, about 100 people, and one of them she interviewed was a woman who had made her living for her and her 3 daughters collecting trash in a cart pulled by 3 horses. Well, all 3 of the horses had drowned, and she said, now I'll have to pull the cart myself for a few years until I get money to buy a horse again. Nobody in Honduras did anything to cause climate change. As a nation, or in per capita terms, they're a rounding error. And so when people from Honduras and Guatemala show up at our southern border this year looking for asylum because they have to, because you can't grow food on a farm with a foot of sand on top of the soil. You can't be a farmer if the bridges on the road where you take your crop to market are destroyed. I don't know what their legal standing will be when they show up at the border, but their moral standing will be strong. Those of us in this country, the 4% of the world's population who lives here, have contributed far more than any other country to the accumulation of CO2 in the atmosphere. Even now, in the last few years, when China has passed us on an annual production basis, we're still the per capita champs in CO2 production. So really, this is on us and people like us. And this reckoning is going to get deeper and deeper and deeper as the century wears on. The UN High Commission on Refugees, when they estimate, their high estimate for how many climate refugees we could see this century is 1 billion people on the move from rising seas, from storms, from drought, from desertification. If we ever get anything like that, of course, we won't be able to have civilizations the way we're used to. That's too much chaos and instability on so many fronts. So, second number, 3 degrees Celsius. That's what we're headed for at the moment. Even if people kept the promises they made in Paris in terms of cutting emissions, the world will increase in temperature something like 3 or 3.5 degrees Celsius. And that's just too much. If anything like that happens, then, as I say, we won't be able to maintain stability of civilizations. The disruption will become too great. And emergency response will be the main task of human beings. So, our job, and it may be the biggest job that humans have ever undertaken, is to figure out how to hold the temperature increase to 2 degrees or less. That's what we promised in Paris. All the governments of the world signed something that said we will do whatever we can to hold the temperature increase well below 2 degrees, as close to 1.5 degrees centigrade as possible. Those are not great numbers. If 1 degree centigrade melts the Arctic, we really are fools to find out what 2 degrees will do. But at this point, even if we do everything right, we're going to get pretty close to those numbers. And it's going to take an extraordinary effort, which we now must undertake in order to begin dealing with that. In fact, we have a deadline for how much we have to do. The world's climate scientists gathered together in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in their last report in October of 2018, laid out precisely what would have to happen to meet those Paris targets. And what they said was that we would have to cut emissions roughly in half by 2030. They called it a fundamental transformation of energy systems, and they defined it as cutting emissions in half. That's an extraordinary task to undertake over what's now 8.5 years. It's on the bleeding edge of the technically possible. One reason, I will say, that it is so hard is because we've waited until now to go to work. And the reason that we've waited until now has mostly to do with the massive, and I mean massive, disinformation campaign run by the fossil fuel industry for much of those 3 decades. They knew what was going on. We now know from great investigative reporting. They knew everything there was to know about climate change back in the 1980s. Exxon scientists predicted with stunning accuracy what the temperature would be in 2020 and what the CO2 concentration would be. And they were believed within the company. Exxon began building all their drilling rigs higher to compensate for the rise in sea level they knew was coming. But what they and their peers didn't do was tell any of the rest of us. Instead, they joined together across the industry to build this architecture of deceit and denial and disinformation that kept us locked for 30 years in this utterly sterile debate about whether or not global warming was real. A debate both sides, it turns out, knew the answer to at the beginning. It's just one of them was willing to lie. And it turned into the most consequential lie, perhaps, in human history, because it cost us those 3 decades that we will not get back. The results of that lie will be observable in the geological record as long as there are geologists to look at it. So the question then is, what do we do now? And if there's any good news in this little talk, it's that it's actually possible to see what action we need to take and even to contemplate taking it at this point. 2 things have happened over the last 10 years that are really important. The first of these things is that the scientists, and particularly the engineers, have really done their job and dropped the price of renewable energy with incredible speed. Dropped it roughly 90% over the last decade, an order of magnitude, which is amazing. It's now the cheapest way, the sun and wind, to generate power across most of the planet. And that's extraordinary. That means that if we really wanted to get to work now, we could. That economic gravity now works in the right direction instead of the wrong direction. And that is a huge change and of great importance. However, left entirely to its own devices, economics won't get us there anywhere near fast enough. Yes, the planet will eventually run on sun and wind because it's all but free. But if it takes us 40 years or 50 years to make that transition, then the planet that we run on sun and wind will be a broken planet. And so the job of the rest of us is to figure out how to speed up that transition, even against the enormous ongoing efforts of the fossil fuel industry to maintain their business model for a few more decades, even at the price of breaking the earth. And that's where the other development of the last 10 years is so important, this rise of a broad-based movement around the world. Now, arguably the biggest movement in the planet's history, which is good because it is the biggest problem we've ever faced. I had a role in, I guess, in helping start some of this. And I will say that it came about because, for me, because my understanding of the problem shifted at some point. I'd written the first book about this, as I say, and so being a writer and an academic, but one figures that the answer to all questions is yet more books, more symposiums, more talks, more journal articles. Those things are very important. You need to win the argument in order to get anywhere. But at a certain point, it became clear to me that we had won the argument, but we were losing the fight anyway. The science was very clear, but we were losing the fight because the fight wasn't about, in the end, data and reason. It was about money and power, which is what fights are usually about. And the other side, the fossil fuel industry, had so much money and had so much power that losing the argument was hardly a problem for it. So we decided that we would need to assemble some power ourselves. And lacking money, the only other currency that we could work in was the currency of movements, passion, spirit, creativity, sheer press of human bodies, which, history indicates sometimes is enough. One of the great technologies of the 20th century was the solar panel, but another was the nonviolent movement. And great engineers of the human heart, like Gandhi or Dr. King or a million others whose names we don't know, have left us with this powerful technology that some of us began to put to use. 350.org, which I helped found, was the first iteration of a global climate movement. It took its name from what the scientists tell us is the most carbon we could safely have in the atmosphere, 350 parts per million, a number we're already well north of. So 350 was, as I say, a first iteration. The good news is not only that it's done pretty well, we've organized 20,000 demonstrations around the world in every country except North Korea, but that so many others have flooded into this space. Now we have groups like Extinction Rebellion and the Sunrise Movement, and the truly wonderful, truly sublime movement of high school and junior high school students over the last few years. You all know the name of Greta Thunberg, and you should. She's wonderful. I adore her. She's one of my favorite people in the world to work with, and she's great. And she would be the first to tell you, I think, that the really good news is there are 10,000 Greta Thunbergs scattered around the world, and they have 10 million followers or more. Do not worry about 17-year-olds. They know the score on this stuff and are doing all that they can. Worry about those of us who are older, who are at this point the block on change. So we build and mobilize as best we can. Some of that mobilization has come in response to particular projects that became kind of symbols of the fossil fuel industry. That's why some of us worked so hard beginning 10 years ago this summer to defeat the Keystone Pipeline, a victory we finally won once and for all last week. But all these fights are ongoing. I was in northern Minnesota last week with all kinds of indigenous Americans working to stop another very similar pipeline, Line 3 pipeline, tar sands pipeline. These are important fights. So are the fights to cut off the financial. Money is the oxygen on which the fires of global warming burn. So if we can cut off the financial support to that industry, then we will slow them down. The first iteration of that fight was this massive divestment campaign around the world. It's become, in about a decade, the biggest anti-corporate campaign in history, I think. We're at about $15 trillion in endowments and portfolios that have decided to sell their stock in the fossil fuel industry. We got news a couple hours ago that the United Nations Pension Fund, $85 billion, was now starting down this path too. It's been endorsed at this point by everybody from the Pope to Queen Elizabeth. And it's been remarkable to watch it happen. The world's greatest universities, Oxford, Cambridge, the University of California system, have all divested from fossil fuel. Dartmouth, I'm sorry to say, has not yet taken this step. It can look for inspiration across the Green Mountains to Middlebury, which was early on a big part of this movement, and as a result has saved lots of money because fossil fuel stocks have been the worst performing part of the economy for the last decade. Now this focus on divestment is also morphing into a focus on the banks, asset managers, insurance companies that loan money and underwrite the fossil fuel industry. My last trip out before the pandemic was to Washington, D.C. to get arrested at the lobby of the Chase Bank nearest the nation's capital at the beginning of this big campaign against J.P. Morgan Chase, because it's the biggest single fossil fuel lender on earth, having sent them $250 billion since we signed the Paris Climate Accords. They didn't really need Donald Trump to sabotage it, though he certainly did his best. Chase and Citi and Bank of America and Wells Fargo and all the rest were completely happy to do it just to try and make a little money. They're beginning to change under this kind of pressure, and these banks have begun to make announcements about how they're going to be net zero by 2050, a pledge that is both distant in time and nebulous in its practicalities. It may take some more people going to jail to put a little more flesh on the whole thing, but at least we're started and underway. And I will just end by saying, before we get to questions or critique or abuse or whatever, I'll just end by saying that I think that my ongoing argument, my ongoing sense that we're in a fight, not an argument, is correct here. We're not going to win this on the basis of argument alone. It's going to take power, and that's going to mean everybody's going to have to be involved. The planet is well outside its comfort zone, so we need to be well outside ours, whatever that means. And I think at this point that the people who need to be furthest outside their comfort zones are those of us in an odd sense with the least to lose. And by that I mean older people. Those of us who will be dead before the climate crisis reaches its absolute apogee, but who did most of the work to cause it in a lifetime of consumption. And it'll be really important. I think much of the organizing I'm doing now is about getting older Americans involved in this kind of work, because I think increasingly they want to and begin to understand that they're about to be the first generations to leave the world in a much worse way than they found it, which is a depressing legacy for anyone to consider. Since it's almost exactly 10 years ago this summer, I've been thinking about that Keystone, the early days of that fight. And I wrote the letter that asked people to come join in the civil disobedience that turned into the biggest mass arrests about anything in this country for a very long time and launched this fight. 1,254 people went to jail. I'd written the letter asking them to come, as I say, and one of the things I said was I didn't think that young people should have to be the cannon fodder here, that they were doing most of the work in this movement. But if you're 19, an arrest record may not be the best thing in the world for you. One of the unmixed blessings of growing older is past a certain point, what the hell are they going to do to you? And so it was a pleasure to see people with hairlines like mine arriving in DC. Now, we didn't ask people as they were getting arrested, how old are you? That seems rude. But we did say, cleverly, I think, who was president when you were born? And the two biggest cohorts were from the FDR and the Truman administrations. The last day, there was a guy arrested with a sign around his neck that said, World War II vet, handle with care. He was so old, he'd been born in the Warren Harding administration, which is long enough ago that I'd really forgotten there was a Warren Harding administration. It was really good for the young people who were there to see their elders acting the way we need elders to act in a working society. And so I hope that we see a lot more of that going forward. I will not tell you, because I cannot tell you, that we're going to win this fight. This is a fight that's different from other issues we've come up against, in that it's a timed test, and we're not used to political questions like that. Most of the questions we deal with hang around forever. So, for instance, in this country, we've been talking about national health care for 50, 60 years. And we've gotten a little closer to it with things like Obamacare, but we have a long ways to go. And we keep talking about it and arguing it every, election cycle and everything else. I have confidence that eventually we'll join the rest of the industrialized world and make sure that people don't have to worry about paying for their medical care. That we don't do it now is great sadness, because it means that people die and go bankrupt and are stressed all the time. But it will not make it harder to solve the problem when we finally get around to addressing it. That's not true of climate change. climate change is the first real time test that we've ever faced. And if we don't solve it soon, then we will not solve it, because we go past tipping points from which there is no return. That's why things seem so urgent. That's why I keep, ending up in jail. It's, the scientists have really given us a literal deadline, as it were. We can't stop global warming at this point. And as I say, I can't even guarantee you that we can get it under control. But I can guarantee you that at the very least there's going to be a fight. And it's remarkable to watch all the people around the world who have made that fight possible. Indeed, have changed the zeitgeist enough that we now have American presidents taking on this question and demanding action and pushing for infrastructure. All of that only happens because people build movements and push hard. And we need much more of that going forward, because logic and reason are not yet prevailing, and the malign power of vested interest continues to be enormously strong. And the stakes this time are literally the future of the planet. So we shall see. And we'll see within the next 10 years. Almost everybody listening to this will still be alive when the outcome becomes clear. We can't solve this problem in the next decade, but we could lose our ability to solve it if we don't take big steps. And hence it's extraordinary moment with extraordinary leverage. It's not the first time that human beings have faced huge challenges. Our grandparents had to, parents had to cross the Atlantic and fight fascism in the middle of the last century. And that was the epic battle of their time. We don't have to kill or be killed to deal with this, just the opposite. We have to build a global effort to rescue people. But we have to bring to it the same intensity that people brought to that earlier moment. And we'll see if we can. I think it is the great question for human beings at this moment. So, thank you all.
All right. Thank you so much, Bill, for this sobering and down-to-earth presentation. I think it's very much needed, and you managed to kind of coalesce so much of your thinking in this short time that you had. One thing that people have been commenting, and I'm going to try to combine some of what they're saying here, is the question of action, because the narrative of global warming, if you want to think that way, the data, the numbers, the storms, the danger, the destruction, it doesn't seem to percolate into personal change. When it comes to, we know these things, but there is a point where you say, okay, fine, but what am I, little person here, going to do that can make a difference when it's big oil, it's governments? And so how do you see this as an issue, or what can...
Right. So that's a very interesting question. The major problem conceptually for people with climate change is it is so big and we are so small that there seems nothing we can do as individuals that would actually affect the outcome. And in fact, that intuition is largely correct. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do individual things. I'm proud of the fact that my house is covered with solar panels and they're collected to one of the first electric vehicles in the state, and on and on and on. We could talk about all the other choices we could make about food and all the things we should be doing. But I don't try to fool myself. Those solar panels on my roof are not how we're going to solve this. We've waited too long to make the math of climate change work, one Tesla at a time, one vegan dinner at a time. So the most important thing that an individual can do at this point is be less of an individual and join together with others in movements large enough to make basic shifts in the political and economic ground rules that will leverage change large enough to be reflected in the atmospheric concentration of CO2. It's a good idea to change your light bulb. It's a much more important idea to screw in a new senator.
I love that. And the other thing that comes to mind is that forgetting the pandemic that we are having right now, which is a very hard thing to do, this is really the first global crisis that we have as a species, at least since agrarian civilization, right? I don't think we have ever had anything this global. Even, the bubonic plague wasn't quite like this because it wasn't covering the whole surface of the globe. It was really where the trading routes were, Europe, Asia. But this is different, and this is unprecedented, right? And this ought to be telling us something. And still, if you even look at the pandemic as an example, it took a long time for people to react to it, longer than it should. And that had a horrendous cost of life, both here in the country I was born in, Brazil, which is a disaster still. So we seem to never learn. I mean, that we have to think of this as a species more than as individuals with, money in the bank. And I don't know exactly how that narrative can be.
It's an important question. It's a really important question. And of course, of course, there were good examples as well as bad out of the last year. Brazil was about as bad as it got, and it's about as bad as it gets in terms of climate change, too. Terrible as Trump was, Bolsonaro gives him a run for his money in terms of just, sheer reactionary stupidity, and in terms of sheer ability, as a political manipulator. But I think that the hope is that the pandemic may actually have reminded us of a few things. Mm-hmm. One, physical reality is real, which is easy to get when we spend our lives in front of screens. But, I've been telling everybody, my work for 30 years has basically just been trying to explain to people that physics and chemistry are not going to compromise and negotiate with us. And the pandemic taught us the same thing about biology. It doesn't matter what the president thinks. If the microbe says stand 6 feet apart and wear a mask, then stand 6 feet apart and wear a mask because it's in charge. Second thing to that, the kind of corollary is often speed really matters. The countries that got ahead of the carbon curve did okay. The countries like ours or Brazil that ignored the problem for a long time then had to take huge action and ended up with a huge pile of dead bodies anyway. Third thing, most important thing, is just a reminder, really powerful reminder that solidarity matters. We've lived most of our lives in the political shadow of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, who changed our political world with the announcement that that individuals mattered, and that was all. That governments were the problem, not the solution. That markets would solve all problems automatically. Reagan's famous laugh line for decades in his speech was, the 9 scariest words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Ha, ha, ha. I mean, it turns out that the scariest sentences in the English language are, we've run out of ventilators, or the hillside behind your house just caught on fire. And neither one of these responds to market forces, okay? Neither one of them responds. They respond to if we're able to have effective solidarity between human beings, which is what we call governments, that are able to rise to the occasion. And so hopefully, and so, I mean, you've used the example of Brazil and of, of the U.S. as a whole, but I will just say, since we're sitting here, at least virtually, on the shores of the Connecticut River, that Vermont, my state, came through the pandemic better than any place in the world. It had the highest levels of vaccination, the lowest levels of disease and whatever. And the reason had nothing to do with geography, because all the states around us had a lot of trouble. It had everything to do with the high levels of social trust that had been built up over many, many decades. Mm-hmm. And building up that social trust is going to be crucial to dealing with climate change. We're going to have to perceive ourselves in this as together in this, because we literally are together in it. Nobody can solve it on their own, and no one can escape it on their own, except if you're Jeff Bezos and can get on a flight to Mars. But, barring that, here you are stuck on planet Earth, and we better get down to brass tacks.
Very good. And here's a question for you, which is more sort of like a biographical thing. How do you think your approach to climate activism has changed over the years as you have seen the political, corporate, and public reactions?
Well, so it's a really interesting question. I mean, we started from nowhere, and we've come a long ways. The good news is, I perceived our task above all as, yes, blocking pipelines, yes, divesting money, but beyond the immediate practical reasons for all of those, in each case they were important in and of themselves, the real reason for doing them was to shift the zeitgeist, to change people's sense of what's normal, natural, obvious. And I think that that's now in the process of happening quite dramatically. The polling data in the US over the last 2 or 3 years has been remarkable in its shift. We're now at a place where 70% of Americans, including majorities of Republicans, understand that human beings are causing the climate crisis and that it'll take government action to help get us out of it. And there's big support for government subsidies for renewable energy. Everybody likes solar panels. It doesn't mean that the endless opposition of the fossil fuel industry isn't still effective. They own a political party, and that enables them to gum up the works, and preventing change is always easier than making change. But that shift in the zeitgeist has been key. And so now, along with fighting pipelines, we have to fight to get good things done. We're one vote away from passing a massive infrastructure bill that will, take amounts of money that begin with a T and use them to try and take on the climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's entirely different from any other moment over the last 30 years. So as those possibilities shift, obviously activism will shift in certain ways. And you've seen that with some of the savviest political actors being the young people in the Sunrise Movement who brought us the Green New Deal. I think the other thing we're learning is that there are limits, that there's also an extraordinary effectiveness in activism directed at the financial system as well as at the political system. That Washington doesn't really run the world anymore, but Wall Street still kind of does. And hence, if we can force, say, BlackRock to change, BlackRock, something like $1 in 8 in the world exists in their digital vaults, we can make real change happen, or at least we can try.
What do you think of China as a force for change or not?
So China is incredibly interesting in lots of ways. Obviously, they have went through a remarkable fossil-fueled economic growth spurt, and the results have been, in many ways, chaotic for them. Extremely high levels of urban air pollution that are destabilizing, maybe the most destabilizing force the government faces, and really tremendous problems faced from climate change. The Pearl River Delta, where China's manufacturing base almost entirely is concentrated, is only a meter or two above sea level. So they understand they have an enormous problem, and it's the reason that they've been installing renewable energy at a faster rate by far than anybody else in the world. But they also have a strong fossil fuel lobby of their own that keeps them putting up coal-fired power. That, I think, is finally ebbing. And I think the real question will be the degree to which China tries to keep importing coal-fired power through its Belt and Road Initiative. And there's a lot of people taking aim at that now, and a lot of countries beginning to realize that they don't really want to be stuck with China's obsolete technology because sun and wind are getting so cheap so fast.
Right. And that probably addresses the reason why nuclear power is definitely not a middle term kind of alternative.
So nuclear power is really interesting, and the Chinese are building some of it. The problem, everybody knows the obvious problems with nuclear power. If something goes really wrong, then it goes really wrong. But, if you operate a gas-fired power plant exactly right according to spec, it destroys the world, so it's remembering. The problem with nuclear power tends much more to be, at this point, the cost. The price of solar and wind power has gone to no, like that. The price of nuclear power just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. If you had unlimited amount of money to spend, then you might. And there are people who I really trust, Jim Hansen, the great climate scientist, who think that we're not that far away from some new generation of smaller, cheaper, safer nuclear reactors. And if that emerges, then people will probably think differently about it. But for the moment, for the next decade, it's very clear that by far the chief task is the quick deployment of sun, wind, and batteries, and of conservation and efficiency technology. If we do those things, then we'll find ourselves in 2030 standing someplace where we can at least have some hope of making some rational decisions going forward. If we don't, we're just going to be, we'll be over the lip of the waterfall.
Yeah, I like to say that it's time for us to change the mindset from eating up the balls of the earth for our energy needs to just collecting it from the skies.
Well, it's a very good way to say it is, that I've been saying is, we've got to stop burning things. Like, that's the basic bottom line here.
Stop burning things.
Coal, gas, oil, wood. And rely on the fact that God put a big burning ball 90 million miles away in the sky, and now we know how to take full advantage of it. So, energy from heaven, not from hell. That's the watchword going forward.
I love it. I love very, very, very theological too. So I have one final question, which I think you'll enjoy answering. How do 70-plus-year-olds join your movement?
Well, watch this space. We'll be sort of announcing this sort of organization as the summer goes on. But it's going to be really interesting, I think. So much of the political power and so much of the financial resources in our societies are now in the hands of people over the age of 60. And these are people for whom the first act of their lives, of the boomers and the silent generation, was at a moment when the world was changing and very interesting. I mean, there were parts of political and cultural revolutions that changed the world in a lot of ways. Second act, not so much. A lot of buying stuff, But now people are coming into the final third act of their lives, and they're emerging with lots of skills, lots of resources, and lots of grandchildren, and beginning to really wonder, like, what kind of world they're leaving behind. So I think that it's possible that, just as Greta Thunberg has demonstrated with 17-year-olds, we should be able to take 65-year-olds and make them into powerful, powerful advocates for the future.
Absolutely. Sungeezers.org. All right, Bill, thank you so much. This was a real pleasure. And thanks for participating. I know you're super busy. And congrats on everything that you do. We're really thankful. And hopefully you stay tuned. And who knows, maybe grace us with your presence in our post-conference get-together.
Fantastic. Take care, y'all.
Thank you. Bye. All right, people. So this was wonderful. We have now a little surprise for you. So our next official speaker is the great philosopher Peter Singer, about, the one who talks about effective altruism and about animal cruelty in a very, very effective ways. He's going to speak to us all the way from Australia, I think from Melbourne, and he's incredibly early there. So we have something special before his talk starts at 5 p.m. EST. We have a video of one of our public dialogues. We had a phenomenal public dialogue with a cognitive neuroscientist from MIT called Ed Boyden, and with the Dublin writer Mark O'Connell, who had written a book about transhumanism, To Be a Machine, who won the Wellcome Prize in Great Britain for Best Nonfiction. And he's an amazing speaker. And I think what we're going to watch now is some of his words during that public dialogue that happened in the Museum of Science in Boston. So watch this because it's full of wisdom. And we're going to continue with Peter Singer at 5 p.m.
I'm going to start with two things. First, a disclaimer and then a definition. In about a year or so since my book, To Be a Machine, was published, it's become clear to me that this is something that I should state up front whenever I talk publicly about the book, because sometimes I forget to do this and people wind up wondering occasionally when I'm going to get around to the pitch, to the bit where I talk about how we're all going to become immortal or merge with artificial intelligence. So here's the disclaimer bit for the avoidance of doubt. I'm not now, nor have I ever been, a member of the transhumanist movement. And now the definition, because I've learned not to assume that just because people are in a room listening to me talk on the topic, they necessarily know what transhumanism is. So transhumanism, to give you the brief but sort of functional gist, is a movement predicated on the conviction that we can and should use technology to push out the boundaries of the human condition. And in the name of this Promethean ideal, this will be interesting, transhumanists are committed to all sorts of strange and unsettling ideas and practices. Things like inserting microchips under the skin to give themselves superhuman extrasensory capabilities to become de facto cyborgs, or like cryonics, whereby they freeze their bodies in liquid nitrogen shortly after death with a view to being resurrected at some point in the future when the technology becomes sophisticated enough to do so. Transhumanists believe in a future in which they will achieve immortality by scanning their brains and uploading the data into machines. So kind of very extreme extrapolations of the kinds of things that Ed is talking about and working on. The underlying principle of all of this, of the movement and all its various kind of enthusiasms and convictions about the future, is that it's our destiny as a species, that it's sort of necessary and desirable to transcend our flesh and blood bodies and to become something other and better than the animals that we are. I'll say more about this stuff as I go on, but that's sort of the basic definition, just so you know what I'm talking about, which is always useful. As far out as it sounds and is, this movement and its ideas have firmly taken root in the soil of Silicon Valley. And there are powerful and influential people who are committed to bringing about some version of this future. The Google founders, for instance, are dedicated to solving what they consider to be the problem of human aging, and in 2014 set up a biotechnology research and development firm called Calico Laboratories, explicitly aimed at finding solutions at the level of genetics to the problem of aging. Peter Thiel, who I write about quite a bit in my book, the venture capitalist billionaire who founded PayPal, has invested significant amounts of money in the project of achieving immortality through technology, most pressingly his own immortality, I think it's fair to say. And Elon Musk, Thiel's former PayPal colleague, has spoken publicly about his conviction that the rise of artificial intelligence is something that will lead inexorably to our becoming obsolete as a species. That AI will evolve as far above us as we have evolved over the lower primates, and that the only way we can avoid this fate is by taking evolution into our own hands, developing the power of brain-machine interfaces and merging our actual minds with AI. So it's important to bear in mind that although this stuff sounds crazy, and much of it is, in my admittedly fairly untutored opinion, crazy, it is a strain of thinking that can be found at the highest level of the tech world. Before I say much more about the movement itself and its vision of the future of humanity, I want to say a little bit first about how I came to this topic, why I was drawn to it. I don't think of myself as a science writer. In fact, I'm barely scientifically literate, as will probably become more and more apparent as the evening goes on. I'm not going to pretend that that wasn't an issue when I was writing the book, but hopefully not as much as you'd imagine. I have a PhD in English literature, and my background is as a literary critic. And I've always been especially interested in art and mythology that tries to get to the root of the strangeness of being human. In particular, the existential kind of motherlode of anxiety about our mortality. And I've been obsessed for years with the biblical story of the fall, which for me is an incredibly rich and profound poetic account of our own strangeness to ourselves, our own inability to accept ourselves as the animals that we are. And the psychological and sort of mythic center of this story for me is the notion that we weren't supposed to be this way, that we were meant to be exempt from suffering and death and human frailty, and that we brought this condition on ourselves as a punishment. Fundamentally, what's always been most fascinating to me is the idea of our own nature as something to be transcended. This inability to reconcile ourselves to the irreducible facts of our humanity has always been, in some sense, a defining aspect of the human condition. So when my son was born 5 years ago now, I found myself thinking about this stuff quite a lot. The experience of watching my wife give birth and of being partly responsible for the existence and continued well-being of this tiny, fragile little human led to a period of obsession with mortality and fragility. I don't know whether this is just me, but whenever I have a sort of a major life event, I always wind up getting obsessed with death. Probably it's just me. It also happened when I got married. It's sort of like this is the point now. After this point, where now commences the time where I die, and it also happened with having a child, and so I don't know. Probably just me. But so it was around this point that I started to read a lot about transhumanism and to get quite obsessed with the idea of this movement that sort of explicitly offered a way out of this condition of mortality, a way of transcending our sort of human nature through technology. And I was initially so fascinated by it because it seemed to me to arise out of the same basic existential unease with the human condition that lay beneath the myth of the fall and beneath my own increasing preoccupation with these things. And so, although it took me to some very strange places and encounters with ideas I found very troubling and very alien, the book itself had its genesis in an irreducible core of identification, of sympathy. I didn't like where transhumanists wanted to take us necessarily, but I totally got where they were coming from. In retrospect, I think what was going on was what a psychoanalyst might refer to as a process of sublimation. I was channeling my anxieties about mortality and the fears of early parenthood into this obsession with transhumanism. And this obsession turned into a project, and the project turned into a book, which is, I think, one of the few undeniably sweet deals about being a writer. You can generally find some way of turning your anxieties into something productive. Transhumanism as a topic also appealed to me for another, perhaps related reason. It seemed to me to be a kind of extreme metaphor, a term I've borrowed from J.G. Ballard, who was very fond of such things, an extreme metaphor for capitalism, for the inexorable force by which capitalism blurs the boundary between humans and machines, applying a remorselessly instrumentalist logic to human life. In its conjuring of a future in which technology will allow humans to live forever, to merge with machines in a way that amounts to an evolutionary leap outside the confines of animal nature, any consideration of transhumanism inevitably leads to one quite troubling question. Which human beings? Who will benefit from these marvelous technological innovations we can expect? Will it be you or me, or will it be the 0.01%, people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk? And what kind of world would that be? A world in which the super rich transcend their humanity and leave the rest of us to founder in this state of biological impoverishment. You can see perhaps how I came to view this movement as speaking directly to anxieties about the way our world has already been going for a while now, as a kind of funhouse mirror providing a grotesque intensification of the way things are. And it connected me with anxieties I had about the presence of technology in my own life, about the extent to which so much of how I lived, the decisions I made, and the things I consumed was already mediated by unseen algorithms. And so transhumanism was a way of thinking about all of these things. As a topic, it was much less about forecasting the future than it was about getting beneath the skin of the present. And if that sounds pretentious, that's because I am at heart extremely pretentious. Many of us console ourselves with the thought that, as Philip Larkin's much-quoted line puts it, what will survive of us is love. Transhumanism offers us something very different and much less abstract in a way. What will survive of us in this view is data. What will survive of us is code. It offers us a vision of the future in which our minds will be translated into zeros and ones, and transferred from the flesh and blood of our bodies to an entirely different platform, uploaded to machines. The concept of mind uploading is a central article of faith among transhumanists. It's the key to the whole post-human immortal future. And one of the most prominent kind of proponents of this idea is the futurist Ray Kurzweil. Kurzweil is the inventor of a lot of ingenious devices, including the flatbed scanner, and he's the founder of Kurzweil Synthesizer Company with Stevie Wonder. And a few years back, he was brought in by the Google directors as director of engineering at Google. He's probably most famous for a book he published in 2005, which some of you might know, called The Singularity is Near, in which he outlines how, in the very near future, he puts a date on it, he says 2045, artificial intelligence is going to become so sophisticated and so powerful that we'll be able to upload our minds to AI supercomputers and merge with this technology in a final liberation from biology itself. This basically is the notion of the singularity, which is often referred to more or less dismissively, but not entirely unfairly, as the rapture of the nerds. So the picture Kurzweil paints of the future is one in which technology continues to get smaller and more powerful until such time as its accelerating evolution becomes the primary agent of our own evolution as a species. We'll no longer carry computers around with us, he insists, but rather take them into our bodies, into our brains and into our bloodstreams, thereby changing the nature of the human experience. Kurzweil's vision of the future is, I think, primarily attractive to people who already think of themselves as machines, people who agree with the artificial intelligence pioneer Marvin Minsky that the human brain happens to be a meat machine. Why would we, machines that we ultimately are in this view, not choose to upgrade ourselves to a higher degree of functionality? If we understand a machine to be an apparatus constructed for the performance of a particular task, then our task as machines is surely to think, to compute at the highest level possible. In this instrumentalist view of human life, it's more or less our duty, pretty much the whole point of existing in the first place, to increase our computational firepower and to ensure that as machines we run as efficiently as possible for as long as possible. Here's Ray Kurzweil in The Singularity is Near. Our version 1.0 biological bodies are frail and subject to a myriad of failure modes, not to mention the cumbersome maintenance rituals they require. While human intelligence is sometimes capable of soaring in its creativity and expressiveness, much human thought is derivative, petty, and circumscribed. The singularity will allow us to transcend these limitations of our biological bodies and brains. We will gain power over our fates. Our mortality will be in our own hands. We will be able to live as long as we want, a subtly different statement from saying we will live forever. We will fully understand human thinking and will vastly extend and expand its reach. By the end of this century, the non-biological portion of our intelligence will be trillions of times more powerful than unaided human intelligence. What Kurzweil is saying here, I think, is a version of what millenarian prophets have been saying for hundreds of years, that we will finally escape the fallen condition of our humanity and finally become unfleshed. We will be restored to a prelapsarian state of wholeness, a final union in which technology will take the place of God. It's an apocalyptic sort of vision, in other words. The singularity, he writes, will represent the culmination of the merger of our biological thinking and existence with our technology, resulting in a world that is still human, but that transcends our biological roots. There will be no distinction, he says, post-singularity, between human and machine, or between physical and virtual reality. Kurzweil has thought about the idea that such a merger would obliterate our humanity, and answers it by saying that it would, on the contrary, be an ultimate vindication of the very quality that's always defined and distinguished humans as a species, which is to say, our constant yearning for a transcendence of our physical and mental limitations. Transhumanism, in this sense, is in keeping with a strain in Western culture of thinking against the body itself, against the flesh, that is evident in much of Christian theology. In City of God, St. Augustine asks his readers to imagine a state of what he calls universal knowledge, far beyond anything we can now imagine, which will be granted to those blessed by the grace of God. Think how great, writes Augustine, how beautiful, how certain, how unerring, how easily acquired this knowledge will be. And what a body, too, we shall have, a body utterly subject to our spirit, and one so kept alive by spirit that there will be no need of any other food. One of the more radical transhumanists that I spent time with when I was writing the book was a software engineer from Pittsburgh named Tim Cannon. Tim was the sort of leader of a group of what are called biohackers, a group called Grindhouse Wetware in Pittsburgh. And they basically operated out of Tim's basement, and they just sort of designed and built technologies for implanting in their bodies, which gave them, in theory, sort of superhuman capabilities, but in practice, very mildly superhuman capabilities, like the ability to sort of sense magnetic north or open electric doors by waving their hands, which is kind of impressive, but only that, I think. One of the guys in the company had just recently started work, so he had an RFID chip implanted in his hand, but because he was only a recent employee, he didn't have security clearance at the hackerspace that they worked in, so the chip didn't actually do anything, which I thought was quite poignant. But Tim had an interesting perspective on one of the main kind of philosophical questions around all of this, which is the question that Ed alluded to a couple of times, which is to do with uploading. I mean, would it be you? What exactly would the uploaded simulated mind be? And Tim told me that every 8 years, the human body replaces and regenerates all of its cells, so that you're literally not the same person as you were 8 years ago anyway. You're basically like a rock band that has none of its original members, but that keeps touring under the same name. But Tim's point was that, ontologically speaking, uploading your mind to a machine wouldn't be any different. Although I did look into this after I spoke to Tim, and apparently it's not quite true. There's a part of your brain, the cerebral cortex, where the cells remain throughout your life. So you're not quite touring without any original members. You're like Fleetwood Mac, and your cerebral cortex is Mick Fleetwood. Ed, you can correct me on the science here, which may be a little off, or my pop culture references, potentially. In one of my conversations with Tim, he said something that I felt was quite moving and very revealing of the religious subtext of transhumanism. He'd spoken quite a bit about his own past struggle with alcoholism, his problems controlling his own anger, his own sort of animal urges. And he was talking about how he felt hopelessly limited by the primitive and outmoded technology of his own human body. He said, "I'm trapped here. I'm trapped in this body." He didn't want to be limited in his thinking and his physical possibilities by this animal body that had evolved for life on the African savanna hundreds of thousands of years ago. He wanted to be something more than human, more than the limited mechanism of his flesh and bone. And I told him this sounded to me like a profoundly religious sentiment, very much like something you might have heard from the Gnostics, an early Christian heretical sect, who believed that we were divine spirits trapped in the flesh and that the flesh was evil. Tim didn't have much truck with this. Most transhumanists don't have much truck with any comparison between their ideas and religion. What they tend to say is that, yes, there is some common ground between religion and transhumanism, and that both promise a final transcendence of the body, a final exemption from death. But the difference, they say, is that technology can ultimately deliver on these promises in a way that religion never could. Not only is transhumanism not a religion, they argue, but it is in a sense the end of religion, in that it offers us the prospect of becoming gods in our own right. And this is the essential thing, I think, and I'll just finish with this, which is to say that eventually I began to understand transhumanism as a kind of paradoxical event horizon, where rationalism, pushed to its most radical extremes, disappears into the dark matter of faith. I came to see it as a kind of magical rationalism, whereby technology takes the place of God. Thanks.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our conference, The Future of Humanity, Scientific and Humanistic Perspectives. And as I said, as we opened this morning, this conference goes around a tripod, which revolves on the theme of suffering, human suffering, animal suffering, and planetary suffering. And of course, they're all interrelated. And I'm really honored and very, very happy to welcome to the conference the philosopher Peter Singer. So Peter is speaking to us all the way from Melbourne, Australia. It's really early in the morning there at 7. And I thank him very, very much for waking up early to talk to us. Let me say a few words about Peter before I invite him in. He is the Ira DeCamp Professor of Bioethics in the University Center for Human Values at Princeton University, where, if I'm not mistaken, he visits every fall. And journalists have bestowed on Peter Singer the tag of world's most influential living philosopher. I don't know how he feels about that. Maybe he'll let us know. Because of his work on ethics of our treatment of animals, and also for he is credited for starting the animal rights movement, at least in modern times, and also his influence on the development of the notion of effective altruism and how that can be implemented to improve suffering in the world in the most effective way, as he's going to say. There are many, many people that he has influenced with his work on animal movement. It says that the legendary editor Robert Silver from the New York Review of Books became a vegetarian because of his essay that he wrote there that became a book, Animal Liberation, which is incredibly influential. He has taken all of that also to his home country, to Australia, and he's the co-founder of the Animals Australia, which is the country's largest and most effective animal organization. He's also the founder of The Life You Can Save, an organization based on his book of the same name. It aims to spread his ideas about why we should be doing much more to improve the lives of people living in extreme poverty. He also has a TED Talk about this that has that very powerful image of the drowning child that you should all listen to if you don't know about it. Let me just mention a few of his books. He's authored and edited and co-authored about 50 books, so obviously I'm not going to list all of them. I mentioned a couple. I should also mention The Life You Can Save, which is the book from 2009, The Most Good You Can Do from 2015. And of course, these books are incredibly influential, have been translated in more than 25 languages. And I have to say that apart from all of that, he is also a surfer, which I admire a lot because I'm an ultra runner. And both of us started doing this kind of stuff in our 50s. So congrats to you, Peter, for doing this, and welcome to the stage.
Thanks very much, Marcelo. Yes, and there's definitely life after 50. Don't have to worry about that. A good deal after. Thanks for the introduction. It's my pleasure to be part of this interesting cross-disciplinary discussion. I think the first point that I want to discuss is we're talking about the perspectives on the future of humanity. The first question is, will humanity have a future? And what can we do to improve the chances that humanity has a future? And that, I think, is a really important thing to think about, and people don't always perhaps give it sufficient weight. So one way of thinking about this was put by the late Oxford philosopher Derek Parfit, who initially taught me and then was a friend of mine. He asked you to think about these three possibilities for the future of the world. One is that the world, from this point on, the world continues in peace and prosperity. So there are no more major wars, things remain peaceful, and we continue on a path of increasing prosperity. A second scenario is that there is a major world war which wipes out 99% of the population of the world. And the third possibility is that there is a major war which wipes out 100% of the population of the world. Now, Parfit doesn't put forward these scenarios to ask you to rank them. Obviously, that's too easy. Everybody thinks the first scenario is the best, and presumably everybody thinks that the second scenario, where 1% survives, is better than the third, in which nobody survives. Parfit's question, though, is which is the bigger difference in value? Is it between the first scenario, peace and prosperity, and the second scenario, 99% of the world killed? Or is the bigger difference between the second scenario, 99% of the world killed, and the third scenario, 100% of the world killed? So maybe just take a few seconds to think about that and to make up your mind whether you think the bigger difference is between the first and second scenarios or between the second and third scenarios. Parfit then answers the question like this. He says the difference between the second and third scenarios is much greater in value than the difference between the first and second. Why is that? Well, although it's true that immediately the difference in the number of people killed is not very great, it's only 1% of the world's population. If 1% survives, they will eventually repopulate the planet, and intelligent life in this corner of the universe will resume after an interval of obviously some years, but relatively short in terms of the amount of time that we can expect our species to survive if we don't become extinct, which might be millions or even billions of years. Billions, say, if we succeed in colonizing other planets so that even when our sun burns out, we continue to survive. And Parfit expects that if we do survive, we will learn from our mistakes and we will build on what we have. And eventually we will achieve a world in which we do eliminate great suffering, we provide good lives for all of the sentient beings on our planet or on whatever other planets we colonize. You may think that that's optimistic, but Parfit believes that with technological progress that will become possible, and moral progress will be made as well. So by that scale, then the lives of all of these vast numbers of people who will live over those millions or billions of years and live good lives will all be lost in the third scenario, but not in the second scenario. And that, for Parfit, greatly outweighs the loss of the present, whatever it might be, 99% of 7.8 billion people. I think that's an interesting and quite plausible way of thinking about the differences between those scenarios, that it is ethically extremely important that our species survives. And if that's true, then reducing the risk of extinction, even by a small amount, is something that is also very important, because the greater the loss, the greater the expected value of reducing the probability of that loss. So if we think about things like, what are the chances that our world will be wiped out by an asteroid colliding with us, a large enough asteroid to, like the one that is presumed to have wiped out the dinosaurs, that could also wipe out us? Well, you might say those chances are extremely small. There hasn't been an asteroid like that for 50 million years, but it's possible. And are there things we could do to reduce that risk? Yes, we're already starting to track large asteroids that could come near our planet, and we could presumably develop rockets that we would fire to those asteroids if we detect one that is on collision course, and set off an explosion that might deflect the asteroid just a tiny amount that would be enough to miss our planet. So that's one thing, that practical thing that we could do to reduce risk. Other things might be more difficult: preventing nuclear war, preventing lethal pandemics, whether natural or accidental pandemics like the one we're still having, or perhaps bioterrorism, preventing artificial intelligence from taking over and destroying life on this planet, perhaps. That's a scenario some people are concerned about. So the first thing that I want to say is, I think that we ought to be thinking about that, and we ought to be putting significant efforts into trying to reduce that risk so that humanity does have a future. Then the further question, of course, is, well, what is that future going to be like if we do have a future? And here I want to say, I'm not a futurologist. I'm a philosopher working in ethics in particular. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not going to be able to have any greater expertise in predicting what the future will be like than any of you, and probably less than some of you who have a particular expertise in this area. So rather, I'm going to talk about what I think we should try to make the future of the world, if you like, what I hope it will be rather than what I'm predicting it will be. And in that respect, I do, as Marcelo said in the introduction, I do want to talk about ways in which we can reduce the suffering that exists in the world and the planet that we have today. And again, as Marcelo indicated in his introduction, there are two areas where I've particularly worked. One is encouraging us to think about the suffering of non-human animals as mattering, and in fact as mattering equally with similar suffering experienced by humans. I'm not saying that the sufferings of humans and non-human animals is always similar. That's obviously not true. You know, we might worry about the future of our species, and we may be concerned about those risks. Non-human animals are not going to worry about the future of their species or the planet. But where we're talking about physical pain, stress, boredom, various kinds, then there certainly can be some close parallels. And it seems to me to be been a moral barrier that we have still not overcome, that we are not giving sufficient consideration to the interests of non-human animals, or let me say, we are not giving sufficient consideration to the interests of those non-human animals whom we do not have particular affection for. So when it comes to dogs and cats and perhaps horses and some other iconic and endangered animals, we do give quite a lot of attention to their well-being. But when it comes to cows or pigs or chickens, and I'm thinking particularly of chickens because in terms of numbers, they are by far the largest number of animals who throughout their lives we inflict suffering on, because 98, 99% of the chickens are factory farmed. They're crowded indoors in sheds that don't provide a suitable environment for them. If they're laying eggs, many of them are in cages too small for them to stretch their wings. If they're being raised for meat, they've been bred to grow so fast that their immature legs don't really support the weight of their body comfortably. We're producing chickens that in less than half the time that they used to take to reach market weight, maybe 20 or 30 years ago. And that causes them leg pain that has been compared by experts in the field to the pain of someone with arthritis being forced to stand up all day. So those are the animals that I am mostly concerned about, because I think that is where the largest amount of suffering is. And if we look at the future of humanity, I hope it will be either a plant-based future or a cellular meat-based future. We've seen a lot of progress in both of these areas recently, with a lot more meat-like plant-based products on the market now than used to be a decade or so ago, and that's good. And there is also a lot of work going on in producing real meat grown from the cells of a cow or a chicken or a pig, but without the involvement of any whole animal, and therefore without the involvement of any sentient being capable of suffering. In fact, just a month or so ago, Singapore licensed the sale of cellular chicken, of chicken grown from chicken cells, but not from an entire chicken. It's on sale now in a restaurant or two in Singapore. It's not competitive in price yet with chicken that comes from live birds, but I'm hopeful that in the future we will have these products. They will greatly reduce the suffering that animals experience, and also they will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which of course is also very important for the well-being and future of the entire planet. So I'm looking forward to a planet in which there is far less suffering of animals, and I think once we can, most people can cease eating them, then we will be more open to adopting an ethic towards them that is one that is fair and reasonable. Clearly, if we are eating them on a daily basis, it's hard for us to be objective about looking at the ethics of how we treat them. Just as, obviously, it was hard for the owners of plantations in the American South that depended on slave labor to be objective in looking at the moral issue of slavery. And I think there are some parallels there. I don't want to suggest that they're parallels that work in all respects or are close, but there are some parallels there about exploiting beings and developing an ideology that allows you to justify that exploitation. So that's one large area in which I hope that we can make moral progress, that we can push back the boundaries of moral concern from where they are now, and embrace all sentient beings. The other area concerning humans that I've worked on a great deal, as was mentioned in the introduction, is the well-being of people in extreme poverty. And it seems to me a scandal that in a world that has so much prosperity, more than 1 billion people living at a standard of living that nobody could even dream of a couple of 100 years ago, that we also have something like 800 million people living in extreme poverty as defined by the World Bank, living on an annual income that people in the affluent world would not think very much about spending on a vacation, on quite a short vacation. So if we're talking about people living on $2 a day, which is the World Bank's line for extreme poverty, so we're talking about less than $800 a year. And think about what you might spend $800 on, and that's somebody's entire income for the year. Think how much we can help to improve their lives, and should be doing more to improve their lives by sharing some of our wealth with them. And there are highly effective organizations, independently audited and verified, that are having a major impact in assisting people in extreme poverty. As Marcelo mentioned, I wrote a book called The Life You Can Save that was first published in 2009. But I do want to add there's an updated edition of it that came out at the end of 2019. And you can download that absolutely free from the website, thelifeyoucansave.org, either as an ebook or an audiobook. So since I don't have a huge amount of time here to go into details, I'll simply encourage you to do that and to look at the website for the most effective organizations that can help people in extreme poverty. And I hope that the future of humanity will be a world in which we extend the basic provisions that most advanced countries extend to all their citizens. I'm talking here of provisions like minimal income support if people are unable to earn an income, safe drinking water, free schools, and some basic health care. I'd like to see a world in which that safety net that affluent countries provide to their citizens is provided globally. And that is something that we're starting to discuss, but we're still quite a long way from it. And evidence contemporary evidence of how far we are from it. You only have to look at the statistics for how many people have been vaccinated against COVID-19 in the United States and some other affluent countries, not particularly here in Australia where I am at the moment, not been doing very well, but a lot of other affluent countries, and then compare that with the least developed countries in the world, which generally have not vaccinated and not been able to vaccinate even 1% of their population because they don't have the vaccines to do it. So this is something that I think, urgently need to develop, a more global sense of moral responsibilities. The final thing I want to say, because I then do want to go into a conversation with Marcelo and a discussion of some of these issues, and perhaps there'll be questions and comments and thoughts from you, is that it's possible that the future of humanity will not exactly be humanity as we recognize it, but will be a kind of transhumanism in which we use technology to change ourselves and adapt ourselves. I certainly wouldn't mind having the data storage of my laptop that I'm using right now to add to my memory and to have immediate access without having to turn the thing on and look it up. Just have it in the way that I have to the things that I do still remember. But I also think it would be great if we could make some moral enhancements to our species, because in many ways we're not that good. And of course, questions about how we're going to do that, what the politics of that would be, what the structure of that would be, a little difficult to predict at present. But I do think that we should not accept that the way our species is at present, the way it happens to have evolved, the things that have aided survival and reproduction throughout the past millions of years, have necessarily produced the ideal being in terms of providing for the well-being of ourselves, or, as I've been saying, of the other sentient beings with whom we share the planet. So I don't think we should be afraid of changes to human nature and to changes to what we are, as long as we can do that in a way that is guiding us towards a better future for everyone on the planet, or if we colonize other planets, for everyone in the part of the universe that we are able to influence. Thanks very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to some discussion.
Thanks a lot, Peter. That was good to kind of present all those topics to start with. I wanted to give people, before I actually ask you something, give people an order of magnitude idea of what you're talking about when we're talking about the killing of animals. So it turns out that the biggest meat processing company by sales in the world is from Brazil, which is my home country. It's called JBS. And the number, and this is only 2015 numbers, and I don't know exactly if they stand or if they're bigger. They're probably bigger now. Just this particular company per day kills 12 million birds, 85,000 heads of cattle, and 70,000 pigs, and distributes this meat to 150 countries. So when you're talking about chicken, as being your number one worry, you can see, I mean, they're all worries, but 12 million birds a day, it's something I don't even know how to consider. So just to give people an order, because I don't know if a lot of people that are listening to us have an idea of what that means. And that's one company. I'm not talking about Tyson. It's another giant from the US. And that is what we're talking about when we're talking about these concerns. So I wanted to ask you something about progress, right? I mean, I started this morning when I was introducing the conference. I starting with this question, which I think is a really complicated question, which is, how do we measure progress? I mean, the traditional way that we in the West have been measuring progress may be completely wrong, which is about affluency, is about technology, power, money in the bank, personal possessions. We talk very little about moral progress when we talk about our species, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this, and if you have any sort of insights as to how we can actually you actually just touched on that a little bit when you talk about how do we grow morally. But I think that is a major concern, and it's directly related to your concerns of decreasing suffering.
Yes, absolutely. It is related. And I've been talking in some of my work. I have a book called The Expanding Circle, which was originally published in the early 1980s, but Princeton University Press brought out a new edition about 10 years ago. And what I'm talking about there is pushing out the boundaries of moral concern. The title, The Expanding Circle, comes from a line by the historian of the Roman Empire, W.E.H. Lecky, at the beginning of the 20th century, who talks about the idea that at first there is a stage where we are only concerned about other members of our tribe, and people who come from another tribe who cross the hills into our valley are hostile and likely to be killed. Then we expand on that conception. We include other people who perhaps are like us, of our ethnic background, speak our language, maybe share our religion. These are various ways of pushing outwards. We get to nation states where we're concerned about them. And then, of course, we had this era where Europeans in particular were concerned about their race, the white race, the European race, had a certain moral status, they believed, that other races did not. And finally, in the middle of the 20th century, after the Holocaust had shown racism within Europe and the atrocities that led to, we got the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which, at least at the official level, I'm not saying this happens in practice, extends moral concerns to our entire species. I've been arguing that that's not enough, that we need to go beyond that to include all sentient beings. So I think that's one dimension of moral progress, broadening it out. But of course, getting people to actually act by those principles, to act by those more universal standards, that's another dimension of moral progress, which I don't think we yet know enough about how to achieve, though there are certainly some things we know. And it's really good that there is research in psychology now that is going on in terms of morality. What is it that leads people to act more altruistically, to have more concern to others, to donate to charity? I've taken part in a little bit of this research with some colleagues more versed in the research and the statistics that I am. Josh Green, for example, at Harvard has a lab that is doing quite a lot of this work and has written about it in a book called Moral Tribes. So I think this is something that we need to continue to study and explore and think about how we can make moral progress in the sense of actually getting people to live up to the standards and ideals that, at least officially, most of us do endorse.
And so do you think that perhaps one way in which this could be done, at least partly done, is to connect this moral progress also with not just the suffering of humans and animals, but also the environmental suffering as a whole, and how, because that all backfires, right? I mean, as we destroy the planet and the environment, we are creating more suffering for ourselves and the animals as well. And bring this all together with the narrative of global warming. Just before you spoke, it was Bill McKibben that spoke, and he was obviously talking about this issue. And they're all interrelated, but people don't seem to think as often as needed that they are interrelated.
They certainly are interrelated. That's true. But climate change is a classic example of part of the moral problems that I was talking about. That is that the way we have evolved has been to look at concern for our own survival and that of our children. And the issue of climate change is like a giant prisoner's dilemma situation. So really, what is most advantageous to us, let's say to me personally, if you like, would be for everybody else to stop emitting carbon, so that climate change isn't going to be bad for my children or great-grandchildren or whatever it might be. But for me to continue to use whatever is the cheapest energy source so that I can afford more of it and travel more and do things like that. So everybody thinks like this, and because it's a global issue, it's harder actually to get coordinated action. If it were purely a national issue, we could get our national governments to do something about it, but we don't have a global government, and that's a major problem. We do have agreements like the Paris Agreement, but to get everybody to agree on that, it has to be a kind of non-binding agreement in terms of the amounts that people actually have to reduce their emissions by. So, yes, I think it's important to try and get more people involved in this, get more people to act on it, and I hope that Bill McKibben and the others can succeed in that. But there is still this basic problem that many people are self-interested, and they're interested in a relatively short-term sense of that. So, we never evolved to have the same concern for strangers that we have for ourselves and our children, and we never evolved to have the same concern for what things will be like in 100 years as we have from what things are like today or tomorrow. So that's the problem that we have to overcome. And if there were a possible way of providing some kind of moral enhancement for people, that would be the kind of enhancement that I would like to see.
So it's, in a sense, it's sort of like having the expanding circle to kind of expand to encompass the whole of humanity as a species. This whole idea that it's not tribe A versus tribe B, but it's really about our species as a whole that has to act together, as opposed to this historical divisions that have been defining us for so long. There is a comment here which is related to this question, but I'll ask because is a question from the audience. It says, how do you feel your work builds up? It's a little repetitive, but how do you feel your work builds upon and perhaps departs from Leopold's land ethic? Do we have obligations towards the land as well as to the beings with the capacity to suffer? So it's...
Yeah. So I admire Leopold's writing. I think he's a powerful writer, and some of his ideas have certainly had a good impact. But if we try to analyze them philosophically, and look at some of the famous remarks about that our duties are to protect the integrity of the land and the biosphere. I don't see that as I don't see an argument in Leopold for saying that counts in itself. I see an argument for saying that is a means to protecting both our future and the future of the biosphere on which we and other animals depend. Mm-hmm. So the short answer to that question is no, I don't think we have direct obligations to the land. I think we have a very powerful indirect obligation to protect the land and the environment and the ecosystems on which all life on our planet depends, because, as I said right at the beginning, there is tremendous value in the survival of our species and of the other species of sentient beings on this planet. And that, to me, is the reason why we should be protecting the environment.
Great. I'll change topics a little bit. So sometimes you call yourself a consequentialist. Would you like to explain to people what that means and why it's important?
Yes, certainly. And I think I just gave an example of consequentialist reasoning in what I said about Leopold's land ethic. A consequentialist considers actions right or wrong in terms of their consequences. So an action is right if it will have better consequences for all affected by it, now and in future, than any alternative action open to the agent. Or let's say at least as good consequences, because if you had a choice between two equally good consequences, it would be right to choose either of them. Now, the big question that is raised by that consequentialist ethic is, what do we mean by best consequences? And I am not only a consequentialist, but I am a hedonistic utilitarian consequentialist, which means that what I'm thinking about is the well-being of all of the beings now and in future who will be affected by our actions. Where by well-being, we're thinking of conscious experiences we've been talking about suffering, but also, of course, of happiness or pleasure. So the ideal goal for humanity for me is one in which there is the greatest possible surplus of well-being over ill-being, of happiness over misery. And that's what really counts. So I don't recognize, as I just said, direct obligations to non-sentient beings. And I also don't think that there are absolute rights that must never be violated, no matter what the consequences. We may want to have systems of rights as safeguards against certain forms of tyranny, which will have bad consequences. But ultimately, it's the consequences that determine whether something is right or wrong.
Now, here is a question just to kind of push on this a little to see how you think about this. So for a country that is invaded, the people fighting against the invaders would be the freedom fighters. And for the other country, they'll be the terrorists. So the actions of the freedom fighters may cost lives in the other country. So how do you educate on this in this kind of situation, which is somewhat complex? It's really culturally dependent.
Yeah, it is. It's very dependent on the context and exactly, why the invasion is taking place. What's it about? What will be the consequences? I'm very much a cosmopolitan, and I wish that we didn't really have countries at all. We would certainly deal with problems like climate change much better if we had some kind of global government. But I recognize that people are not like that, or at least they're not like that yet. That is, that national loyalties are still very strong, and people are likely to resist being invaded by and people of a different country or a different ethnicity, no matter how benign that invasion might be. And of course, you could say, well, basically they're right, because invaders don't usually treat the countries that they conquer well, or the people in those countries. And that's a good reason for supporting the freedom fighters rather than the invaders. But we have had cases of humanitarian intervention, as it's been called, or now the typical term is the responsibility to protect. So we've had cases where countries have used military force to prevent genocide. That happened in Kosovo, for example. NATO forces intervened there. There was the intervention by Vietnam in Cambodia against the Pol Pot regime and the genocide in Cambodia, which I think most people would agree was justifiable. There was intervention by Tanzania and Uganda, I think, if I remember rightly, to overthrow the regime of Idi Amin, who was a cruel despot. So you can have justifiable invasions in that sense, and perhaps we should have had a UN invasion of Rwanda, or would have only taken a relatively small force to prevent the massacre of the Tutsis by the Hutu there. So in those circumstances, I would not think that those who were trying to continue the genocides against a minority in their own country were freedom fighters. So it is going to depend on the context and what exactly is happening and why.
Okay, great. So let's now talk a little bit about another great contribution of yours that is really important to emphasize right now, which is effective altruism. I think it'd be good to tell people a little bit about this idea in more detail and why it's so essential.
Yeah, thank you. And I do think that effective altruism is an important way of thinking about the future and of helping to make the future better than it will otherwise be. So I think the term altruism is generally well understood. It's an attitude of trying to do good for the world as a whole, or for others in the world, and not only thinking about yourself or your immediate family and friends. And that's not particularly new, although it's it's not something that goes right back to our roots, but it's certainly the term has been around for a century or more. But the emphasis on effective altruism is relatively new, and it's something which, when you think about it, is common sense, but it's important because of the differences in the extent to which altruism can do good. So when we purchase things for ourselves, we tend to be concerned about getting value for what we're spending. So imagine that you are buying something new, a phone, a laptop, a car. You're going to probably do some research in terms of what will give me the best value. What do I really need? What are the things I want? How much is it going to cost? And you may ask other people, you may go online and look at various consumer ratings, and then you purchase the item that you think will give you the best value for money. Curiously, when people donate to charities, very few of them do this. Even though charity is really quite a big sector in America, it's sort of over $450 billion, getting close to $500 billion a year. So it's pretty substantial. About, I think, 2% of spending is charitable in America. But most of it is quite impulsive. Most of it is giving to charities because your friends do, or because a plate is put in front of you, or perhaps you see an image of a child smiling happily, and you donate to that charity. And yet the differences in value between the best charities, the most effective charities, and the average charities. I'm not talking about frauds. There are some frauds and scams, of course, but putting them aside, then not very many of them. The difference just between the average charity and the best charity is actually much greater than the difference between the average phone and the best phone, or the average car and the best car, in terms of value for money, because the market ensures that if there are some that are clearly the worst, people will find out and they'll be out of business pretty soon. But with charities, people don't find out that this charity, although quite bona fide, not a scam, is just not doing something that gives you nearly as much benefit for your dollar as others. So let me just give you one example. There's a charity called the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which will give you information about very sick children, possibly dying children, and will ask them if they have a wish, and then we'll ask you to contribute to make that wish come true. So one wish that I write about in one of my books is the wish of a very sick child to be Bat Kid for a day. So to dress up in a Bat Kid costume, to go in the Bat car with Batman, and to catch some crook as part of that. So you can contribute to that. The Make-A-Wish Foundation doesn't tell you how much it costs to make that sick child's wish come true for a day, but it does say that on average it costs $7,500 to grant the child's wish. Well, on the other hand, if you give to something like the Against Malaria Foundation, or a few other organizations recommended by the Life You Can save a child's life for less than half of $7,500. So you have this choice. I could save 2 children's lives. They won't die under 5, as they would otherwise have died, and they will live out the rest of their life. Or I could give one child who's very ill one good day. So how much better is it to save a child's life than to give a very sick child one good day? I'd say it's at least hundreds, if not thousands of times better. And in fact, it's 2 children's lives at least that you can save. So that's why it's really important to think about what charity you're giving to if you are donating, and to find the ones that are most effective. And that's what the effective altruism movement is all about.
Great. And one thing that you talk about a lot is Bill and Melinda Gates, their foundation, and how they're doing this, right? And Warren Buffett, I think, as well. That it's not, if there are billionaires, they should at least be doing what these are doing, right? Being the most altruistic or most philanthropic in history.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of people have been saying lately there shouldn't be billionaires. We should have a more equitable economy, different tax structure maybe, and nobody should be able to be so rich that they be a billionaire. And, I support that fully. And I think, in fact, Warren Buffett supports that because he's argued for much higher taxes on very rich people and for death duties or estate taxes on rich people. So, yes, fine, let's try to work towards that system. But there's a different question you can ask, and that is, given that we are not living in a world or a country where there are no billionaires because we have a more equitable economy and tax structure, what should billionaires be doing with their assets? And if you ask that question, then I think people like Bill and Melinda Gates and Warren Buffett and Dustin Moskovitz and Carrie Tuna, to name another pair of billionaires who are thinking very seriously about how best to give away their billions. I think that's what they should be doing. They should be thinking hard about how can they use their extraordinary wealth to do the most good in the world. And Gates and Buffett, they're together because Buffett basically said, well, Bill Gates is a smart guy. He's putting most of his wealth into a foundation that will save lives in low-income countries and improve health, and that's he's figured out that that's how to get the best value for what he's giving. So Buffett has said, I don't need to set up my own foundation. I'll just add my wealth to that foundation. So that seems to me to be a very reasonable decision to make, and I hope that other billionaires will follow their example or look at open philanthropy, which is something supported by Dustin Moskovitz and Carrie Tuna, which does research into what might be the best opportunities, again, for effective altruism.
Great. So a couple of more questions. One is from the audience. Are you familiar with the work of Temple Grandin, and do you have any thoughts on her unique work with animal experience, cognition, roles within human culture?
I'm very familiar with Temple Grandin. I know her personally. And in fact, I can claim, I think, to have a minor role in getting Temple involved with McDonald's back in the 1990s, I guess it was, early 1990s. Temple was then a livestock consultant, helping slaughterhouses to design the way cattle, say, or animals moved into the slaughterhouse so that they would be less stressed and less frightened, and therefore they wouldn't have to be prodded with electric prods and so on. And this was good for the slaughterhouses because stressed animals are a problem. They're more likely to injure slaughterhouse workers, and it may damage the quality of the meat as well. But I was a close friend of mine called Henry Spira was running campaigns to improve the well-being of animals, and he thought one of the biggest changes you could make would be if a major company like McDonald's set standards for slaughterhouses, so that all of the animals that they served had to be killed more humanely than the typical standard of animals were being killed at that time in the US. So I met together with Henry, I was in New York, and I met with somebody from McDonald's, I guess somebody who was involved with McDonald's image and public relations, but actually was prepared to support changes. And we talked about what McDonald's could do to raise the standards of their slaughterhouses that were supplying them, and came up with the idea that they should get Temple Grandin to audit their slaughterhouses. And she did that, and that made a significant difference, because here you had a major purchaser setting standards for the first time that were, something that no government authority in the United States was doing at the time. So I think she has, as the question suggests, Temple Grandin has unique insight into the well-being of animals and what they need in particular circumstances like slaughterhouses, and I think she's played an important role. Now, some people might say, well, why should animal rights people even be talking to McDonald's? Don't we just want people to go vegan and that will solve all of this problem? But again, it's a bit like the thing about should there be billionaires? Yes, much better world if everybody is vegan. But that's not going to happen tomorrow. So in the meantime, don't we want to reduce the suffering of the literally billions of animals that are being slaughtered each year? As you said, one company, 12 million chickens in a day. And, think about the United States, also huge numbers. Don't we want to reduce the suffering of those animals faster than it's going to take before people become vegan? And Temple's work has been effective in doing that.
Yeah, maybe we can convince McDonald's to start serving veggie burgers.
Yeah, I think they are starting to do that. Certainly, I think Burger King. Many of them are now. There are a lot more veggie burgers out there, and I think even some of the big companies. Actually, you mentioned Tyson's as probably maybe the biggest after JBS company slaughtering the most animals in the world. Tyson's have taken a stake now in. A stake is a joke here, I guess. I shouldn't have said that. Anyway, they've got some equity they've put into plant-based meat alternatives. It's like they're trying to have a foot in both camps. They don't want to make the mistake that Kodak made when it didn't invest in digital and said, no, film is going to be here for the future. And Tyson's maybe have learned from that and say, well, who knows, we better make sure that we've got some investments in plant-based eating as well.
Yeah, like Exxon going solar, eventually, or developing solar power, and
right.
So we blew our time, but I wanted to ask you one final question, if you don't mind. So if you could turn the pandemic into a kind of laboratory for your thinking, right? There are several things that happened over the last year and a half that have been a clear barometer for where the world is in terms of inequity. And do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I do. So I think, I wrote a book many years ago called One World. It came out shortly after 9/11, so 2002 initially. And I was reasonably optimistic about the world developing more global institutions. There were talks about climate change. We'd set up the International Criminal Court, or the world had. The United States was not part of it yet. There was some movement in the World Trade Organization towards fairer trade terms for developing countries. I was a bit optimistic. I was too optimistic. Things went backwards for some years. Certainly under Trump, America was not going to contribute to making the world as a whole a better place. But I'm a little more hopeful again, obviously, with Biden being more involved in the world as he has been in the last week or two. And I think the pandemic also surely gives us lessons about the fact that we are one world, and that it's no good trying to say, we'll just put up borders and we'll keep out viruses. You can't do that, or the cost of doing that is immense. The cost to the economy is immense. So we really need to think more globally about raising standards of hygiene and health everywhere in the world. And I already talked about the fact that vaccines are not distributed anywhere alike as equitably as they should be. So I would see the lessons from the pandemic as saying we need to get back to thinking more strongly about being one world and working together for a better future for humanity.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, I think that's it for our conversation. Peter, thank you again for waking up early for us. I'm an early person. You must be too. You must catch the best waves early in the morning. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's winter now, and it's a little chilly for the surfing. I'm waiting. Yeah, but it's sure. It's good to be up, and I'm happy to have had the chance to participate. And congratulations on having this conference and airing these really important questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Peter. And I'll let you go now. And I hope I'll be in touch with you.
Okay. I certainly hope so.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, folks. So this is the end of our first day of conference. I hope you enjoyed it. If you missed any of this, most of the talks will be videotaped and will be accessible in our website, ice.dartmouth.edu. And just a very important reminder that tomorrow we start again at 10:45 a.m. And our first speaker is Sir Martin Rees, the Astronomer Royal of the United Kingdom, who's going to talk about the future of humanity from his perspective. It should be quite an important and impactful conversation. So again, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, back in the same connection. If you don't know what the connection is, go to our website and just click there on Saturday Connections, and you'll find us. So thank you so much for being with us, and I'll see you tomorrow.